Good morning, good afternoon actually, sorry. Good afternoon everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 2024 edition of the ILC Symposium, which this year takes place in Leuven in Belgium. I know for many of you it's actually the first time to Belgium, and also for some of you I heard to Europe, so really welcome. So this afternoon session will also be broadcasted, so a warm welcome also to all these people actually joining online. We don't see you, but you are with us. As you know, it's been actually a very big pleasure to see this event growing across the years. And I think I can say that this time we've had now the highest number of participants who registered. We have this year 185 participants, which is more than all the previous editions. And I think that one feature which makes this symposium unique is the fact that we are actively embracing the participation of patient advocates. And there also we have seen actually the participation growing with the years. And through the different editions, we really want to work together, not only to advance research, to advance care, but also to discuss together about the program. And that's what's happening for this afternoon session. So this afternoon session is really a session about patient-driven, it's a patient-driven session where we try, bit by bit, to try to close the gap that we have between clinicians, scientists, and patient advocates. That was the purpose of this session. So closing the gap. I think that we can be already a bit proud of our community on lamellar breast cancer, because I think that as compared to other cancer communities or other diseases, we did already a lot together, you know, and I think that we are already getting better year by year in communicating to each other. So, as you will see from the program of today, the way we jointly decided to tackle that is by really choosing three different topics, three different challenges that should be tackled by a combination of clinicians, scientists, and patient advocates, but driven by patient advocates. So the first challenge that will be tackled is evolving screening in imaging. The second one is more about lamellar treatment plans and challenges. And the third about lifestyle and psychological impact of ILC. So before starting, I also want to say that this is actually, for me, still a publication which is close to my heart. Because this is a publication where we started really discussing much more in details with patient advocates and with scientists of how can we interact. Because there's always a fear like, what can one mean to the other? And I think that there are so many different ways that people can bring something to the other, and that sometimes you just need to start to know where to go. And this was actually also what we wanted to say there, and what we thought was needed through the interaction between patient advocacy, clinicians, and scientists to move the field of ILC forward. So, and then before we start, I wanted to say obviously that the examples I think now are extremely numerous. I think that together we've been able to raise awareness, not only to patients, families, but also clinicians and researchers. We also have been able to list and discuss research priorities from different point of views. I think we are starting to do better, but we still should do much, much better to engage discussions with companies. Efforts have been there really now to start really increasing fundraising specifically for projects dedicated to ILC. There has been some co-developing of grants from patient advocates together with groups of scientists and clinicians. And I think that the attendance and representation of ILC has also really been growing in large conferences. So I think this is also really rewarding. And finally, I think that it's very nice to see that we are a community, and that it's not anymore a community just at a country level, but that we see that it's a worldwide community. And so this is really heartwarming. So I just have, before we kick off really officially, I have some practical information. I think you all found now the Wi-Fi connection. That's also on the first page of your program book. If there would be some people requiring some quiet at some point, there is conference room 6 here just at the back, which is available. Please keep it quiet, so do not start to have loud meetings, but it's open for those who wish to have some quiet moments. All sessions will be recorded, but only this one from this afternoon will be broadcasted. And as you can see, it's a large auditorium. It will make noise if people constantly come in and go out, so this is why we will ask everyone to always join on time. And also we ask you to sign the list of attendance at the registration every day. This we need for since it's also partly supported by the EU cost action. And then finally, I want to say that while it's very important to have all this community of patient advocates here, I just want to iterate that it's not the goal to try to catch the oncologist in the room to have some private consultation, That's not the goal, and that's not good if you would try to do that over 5 minutes at the coffee break. That's not how it should do. So here we're more for the community. I mean, you can discuss, and everyone and the oncologists in the room will be very happy to discuss with you, but please don't try to make it too personal. Also, in the questions, please try to think more in terms of community than asking very personal questions. Okay, so now, that being said, I'm actually extremely honored that Dr. Tanja Spanik has accepted to take time from a precious and hectic time to give a keynote lecture for this first day. She has a lot of experience within Europadonna. She's been very active in different conferences on different fronts, and we are all looking forward to hear from her experience. Thank you. Tanja, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation. I have to admit I rejected the invitation twice, but not because I didn't want to come, because it was in conflict with other meetings. So with some technical problems, we will try to do it like this, so bear with me. I tend to talk a lot, so even if you have any questions in between, or otherwise save it for the end of the presentation. So my talk will be with a big focus to patient-partnered research, which is one of my passions, but also a little bit about Europadonna and the work that I do. So this is the outline of my today's talk. At the end, I would also tell you something about my personal story. It's not something that I usually do, but since I believe that most of you here don't know me, I will tell you a little bit about me too. So first about Europadonna, the European Breast Cancer Coalition. We are an umbrella organization based in Europe. According to WHO definition of Europe, that's why we have 47 member countries, 26 members of EU, and more than 20 countries outside of EU. We still miss few countries in that area, but most of the countries are our members. And our main goal is to assure all people in Europe equal access to information, screening, early diagnostics, and accurate treatment of the breast cancer. So our today's priorities are many. So fields open in breast cancer are many and are coming every day. But we try to focus a lot on the policy, especially in Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, and of course to screening and breast units around Europe, and make it also very important for metastatic breast cancer patients, and last but not least also in survivorship and quality of life. So how do we do it? Our work is built by 4 pillars, as we like to call them: advocacy, information, education, and research. Just briefly about each topic. Advocacy and policy is based mostly in Europe. We tightly collaborate with ECIBC, European Commission Initiative on Breast Cancer, which I believe you're very familiar with. And we try to go to European Parliament, or we work with Commission every year. We try to address one of the topics which we believe is a priority for our community. And these are just few listed for the past 4 years, 5 to 4 years, what we've been doing. And of course, everything aligned with Europe's Beating Cancer Plan that was launched in 2021. For information, our mission is to share evidence-based information, accurate, so in a collaboration with healthcare professionals, with academia, with policymakers. We have a big focus on prevention with Breast Health Day around Europe. Again, with ECIBC, we publish a lay translation of their recommendations. And in the past year, we published a white paper for fertility preservation and family planning after the breast cancer diagnosis. For education, we try to provide several education trainings and courses for our member countries. Every year, we organize advocacy training for new patient advocates, breast cancer advocates, and each country is asked to send 2 new people to attend that training. So if you have an Europa Donna forum in your country, you can get in touch with them and volunteer for coming to the training, because they always struggle with finding new people to send to those kind of trainings. And every 2 years we have Advocacy Leaders Conference, which is a little bit advanced advocacy training. In collaboration with ERTC and EUSOMA, we are co-organizers of European Breast Cancer Conference. And so far as we are aware, that's the only European conference that is really co-organized with a patient organization on the same equal level as healthcare professionals. Every 2 years, we also have Pan-European Conference, where we meet with all our forums, where we exchange good practices, and we get the highlights and the news in the breast cancer field. Yearly, we organize specific breast cancer training, advocacy training for metastatic breast cancer patients, and on a monthly basis, we do roundtables on the topics that our forums address that they are interested in. So, and research, since 30 years, this year we are celebrating our 30th anniversary. So in the past 30 years, we got involved also very much into research. We tightly collaborate with ERTC, as I already mentioned, and EUSOMA, but also with BIG, Breast International Group, at their scientific meetings and in their projects. We are in steering committees of several trials. I just listed here a few important ones: MIND Act, Aurora, Olympia, Positive, and Europa trial. We are now very involved with few European Horizon projects, where we actually collaborated in co-creation of those projects. Maybe I'll tell this a little bit later. And of course, we try to respond to every invitation that we get from different organizations. Through our network and members and with other healthcare professionals or professional organizations, we built a really big network and collaboration that is fulfilling our mission. Now, just a few slides about Europa Donna in Slovenia. That's the organization where I'm currently the president of. And what we do, just for the idea of how small country we are only 2 million people, 2 million population, and we have 1,600 breast cancer cases every year and 700 gynecological cancers. We cover both breast and gynecological cancer. Since we are such a small country, we don't have many patient organizations. We started in 1997, and currently we have more than 3,800 members and a huge base of followers on social media. We do a lot of direct support to patients, so compared to European organization where we work only with member countries, organizations in member countries. On the national level, we are totally independent of the coalition, and we do our own program that is aligned with the 10 goals that we have. So we work a lot with patients, survivors, and their relatives. We do a lot of psychosocial support, peer-to-peer support. We have a physical activity program, legal support, financial support, all that it comes with the cancer journey of a patient and of families. On the outside, we are probably most well known about awareness campaigns, raising awareness in a healthy population. So Pink October is just around the corner, so it's really busy time for us now. And advocacy, what we started with is actually advocating for screening and equal access, and we still do a lot of advocacy in Slovenia also. We collaborate with healthcare professionals, policymakers, and just recently we also started collaborations with different research projects. So yeah, here is without the animation, but here I just wanted to show you how important are communication tools that we use to communicate with our members and with the public. So we have all the social media channels. We have also a big a YouTube channel which is full of different videos, mostly educational videos, guidelines for patient cancer journey, and also a lot of awareness videos, and of course our main website where we provide information for patients, for clinicians, for relatives, and about the programs that we provide. So as Europa Donna in Slovenia, as advocacy organization, we are pretty much involved with and connected with other patient organizations in oncology and general patient association. We are also involved in the steering committee of our national cancer plan. We have members in several committees and working groups at Ministry of Health. We also collaborate with our parliament, Health Council in the parliament, but we are not included in the procedures of reimbursement processes and approval at the approval agency, national agency in Slovenia. So we still have some work to do. And through our umbrella organization, Europa Donna, we are very well connected with our members and other professional organizations, as already previously mentioned, also in steering committees of some trials and in different groups where we have patient advocates groups and PPIs. Now moving to the collaboration between patients and researchers, here I would like to show you the principles of successful patient involvement in the cancer research. What is that? Well, 4 years ago, during the presidency to the European Council of Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia, we developed a simple paper, a simple guideline for successful involvement of patients in the cancer research. More than 130 people collaborated on this project from 14 EU member countries, from academia to clinicians, patient advocates, policymakers. And we developed this paper of 6 simple chapters. And what is the biggest success of this document is that EMA, European Medicine Agency, also adopted these suggestions, and according to this paper, even people from regulation area were collaborators on this. They adopted some suggestions into procedures of the EMA today. So if we just go briefly through this document and how it is built, it's available online, it's an open document, anyone can use it, anyone can go back and read. It's not really a big one, it's only 7 pages or 10 pages, I'm not sure. So the first chapter is about a shared vision. And what do we mean with shared vision? This is when we start of thinking about, let's say, research project or a trial, and the brainstorming session starts, but at that point, usually patient voice is not included in there. So we saw from very long experience that sometimes it's too late when the patient view is already included. You know, when the trial or proposal goes through ethical committee and some approvals already, it's very hard to go back and to change the protocols. So that's why it's really important to include patient representatives very early on site. You don't have to get a really detailed meetings or presentations, but just check if something is relevant for the patients or not. So the second chapter is about strategy level and timing. Here I'll come back to this untimely inclusion of the patient representatives, so too late usually, and still strategy to build how we would like to collaborate, so very how to build this equal power and to be equal in this procedure at all times and in all levels. Sometimes we still see that patients are included, but they are excluded from several meetings, so they come to the meetings maybe just one meeting per year, but not throughout the whole year. But we would appreciate at least getting minutes from those meetings where we are not present to get the really impression what the project is about. The third chapter is about communication, understanding, and relationship. Here is really important that we set the rules of collaboration throughout the whole process, and that we have an open communication, that we are aware of to patient representatives and experts, because we are not scientists, so we cannot understand the statistics or the methods you are planning to do, but we are willing to listen to explanation what this statistics would bring us. So this communication is really important, that it's built from the very beginning and not just in some kind of summaries that we get at the end of the project. Resources, knowledge, and skills. This is the fourth chapter in this document. Here it's actually when we build the project and we start the proposals, is also about the resources that we have as a patient community, the resources that you have as a scientific community, how we set this collaboration, and how we will work throughout, also with the funding. Usually the patient input or the input from the patient community is not calculated in the project, so it's very often we still see that patients' advisory boards and patient representatives in the teams are not paid for their work that they do. We don't say that we should get a lot of money, but still a compensation for our time, and there is a list of suggested rates, fair rates in Europe, so you can all use it. It's an open document, also published by EMA and also by European Commission, where you can see for each country what is appropriate amount to be reimbursed also to patient representatives in these cases. So fifth chapter is about methods and approaches. As I already mentioned, we are not researchers and we are not very familiar with the detailed scientific procedures, but there are good models already existing in Europe and in the world, so we don't have to triple the work that's been already done. So we can use models that already work in others. Some organizations already have, like permanent patient advisory boards or permanent patient groups that they communicate with, which I believe it's also very similar with this conference, and that you get involved more and more patients earlier, not just for the meetings. And as I already previously mentioned, we are willing to learn, and we will also have to learn and train our community to become better and more eligible to collaborate with researchers. Last but really not least is an ethical and legal aspect, which is very important to inform people that are on board working with you, and also people who are entering, let's say, the trial or the research project. We still see 25 to 30 pages of informed consent in so many weird expressions that most of the people don't understand. So at this point, we can really help in putting this in very lay language or more understandable language. We are aware that there are some legal aspects that need to be put into those informed consents, but still some things are there too much. But then at the end, we see that some simple information like a contact, who do you contact if you have any troubles during the trial, is very commonly missed in that 30 pages of informed consent. So these are just few topics. At the end of the document, there's also a checklist that you can go as a researcher through and check if you've done everything for the conducting the trial, all the research. So then we are asked to nominate someone. So how to pick the right patient advocate for your project. We really don't want to see just, ticking the box and bring a random person that you have in your waiting room and you say, oh, she's a patient, she will be good for this project. But the thing is that the question should be, do you really want an input from the patient community, or you just want a common view from one patient? So through our networks, as Europa Donna is, and your national organizations, I'm sure that in each country in Europe, you can find a patient organization in your local environment. If they don't have eligible patient advocates, they should nominate someone else or just give you a contact of the other organization that does that, because we see a lot of peer-to-peer support organizations which are perfectly okay, and they do a very good job in a collaboration with healthcare professionals, but these are not patient advocates, and these are not patient experts trained to collaborate for the research. So through our network, we try to identify the person that would work with a specific project. And just for the idea of the Europe, how this is going, so what we can all do for the trainings, every single person or patient advocate can join different trainings that are available in Europe. Most of them are open for the public, like EORTC, EPF, also WeCan, EUPATI. There are training tools that are freely available on the websites, but usually it's very hard to go through that materials alone on your own and study all of this. So that's why all these organizations also have like training programs where you apply and then you graduate from them. And they're very useful because we get to the knowledge of the basic about the disease, about the design of the trial, about development of the treatment, registration, and also other administrative procedures that are in this process, and of course a lot about policy making, since in Europe, if we now focus just on the European Union, actually every country has its own healthcare system, and everything needs to go through the national approvals and reimbursement processes before it's available for the patients, well, except Germany and some other countries where they have early access. So here are a few examples of our as Europa Donna, the involvement in research. On your left side of the screen, there's a positive trial. This is the trial that's very close to my heart, and it was actually addressing the safety of interruption of hormonal treatment in hormone-positive disease and getting pregnant in between 2 years gap and going back on the treatment. So this trial was set more than 10 years ago, so now we are getting exciting results every year. And now we can say that getting pregnant after hormone-positive breast cancer, it's safe, according to the data that we are getting. And since the beginning, when they started to designing this trial, they already asked Europa Donna to nominate a patient advocate that would be in that project. I have to say I volunteered for it because I thought it's really important. But on the other hand, we struggled a lot with this group because it was so hard to get the funding. So when the project was written, we've been struggling more than 3 years to start the trial because of the funding. So another topic for young women and breast cancer, it's the BCY conference. That's a consensus conference dedicated to breast cancer in young women. And since the last 4 meetings, we also had a patient advocates workshops within the conference, and we've done several surveys between the participants, and we found out that there are very different aspects between patient advocates and healthcare professionals. That's how we developed a worldwide survey called Project 528. We're in a collaboration with Young Survival Coalition from the US, organization from the US, and Europa Donna Slovenia. And we launched the survey 3 years ago. Now the survey is closed, and we are just getting it analyzed, and the first data will be presented in San Antonio this year, a night before the San Antonio start. So we got that slot, which we are super important. So if you attend San Antonio, you can join us on Monday evening there to see the first data of this trial, of this survey. So another project that we are very proud of is the Artillery project, where Europa Donna, the European Breast Cancer Coalition, was involved from the very beginning. And the idea of this trial is to develop a trustworthy AI system for predicting chronic disease risks in people that had breast cancer through the routine CT scans. In this project, we were involved in the beginning, and then first step passed, and suddenly we had to decide how to join it and to be a part of the consortium. The problem was that the coalition is a very rigid organization, so we jumped in as Europa Donna Slovenia, and now we are partners in this project. So the consortium is pretty big and exciting. The leaders are from University Medical School in Utrecht, and a lot of departments from their organization, and other healthcare organizations from Amsterdam, and also from Denmark, Germany, Portugal, and 3 organizations from Slovenia. The aim of this project is to build a database of routine CT scans. So every patient that goes through the radiation therapy goes to so-called planning CT. And that CT scans are not diagnostic, so they don't have any other value, but they are huge databases of these CT scans. And in this project, we will collect these scans from 7 different countries. IT part of the team will build this AI model to predict the risk for cardiovascular diseases, events, osteoporosis, chronic pulmonary disease, and obesity. And the main goal is to detect this early, or even prevent this, or start treat before it causes any problems. Even within this project, we will have a clinical trial in 4 different countries from consortium, and 2 to 3 countries outside of consortium. And what we wish to achieve is with this model, that we will prevent or find this late side effects earlier, and that would mean also a lesser burden to our healthcare systems, and of course more healthier breast cancer survivors around the world. Since we aim to give this as an open access through, we'll see how this will go, because the legislation in AI is very complicated in Europe, but the idea is to give it to as many institutions as possible. And just recently, we are also partners in Definitive Trial. That's also a project funded by EU, where both Europa Donna, the Coalition, and Europa Donna Slovenia, we are both partners in that project. Project is led by institution from Barcelona, and we are 18 members of the consortium. It's going to be a 5-year project with testing of HER2-DX, for HER2-positive disease. A trial is already ongoing by the name of Definitive. And the very last project, I'm also very proud of this, Path for Young. It was just approved at the end of August. Unicancer is the leader of this consortium. You maybe heard about Optima Young project, so this is part of this. We've been involved for more than 2 years, also struggling for the funding. Usually the trials that are omitting some treatments, de-escalating some treatments, are very hard to fund. But this project was very successful. It was one of the highest, it got the highest score for the European projects, and it will be a 7-year project that will start in January. The PI is from Gustave Roussy in Vaslui, so it's going to be really a good trial once we will start with it. So as I said at the beginning, I usually don't do this, but I will do it today after a long time. So who am I and how I ended up here? So in 2008, I was a PhD student in molecular and behavioral neuroscience, and I still was a modern ballet dancer. I couldn't decide what would I do. But at the end of the first year of my PhD, when I was 26, I was diagnosed with stage 3B breast cancer, invasive ductal carcinoma. And practically over the night, I became a cancer patient. From, let's say, young, healthy, I thought I was healthy, person, I became a cancer patient over the night. So it went everything very quickly. I started with chemo, and then I had 4 different surgeries, radiation therapy, and 10 years of hormonal treatment. At first, I thought, oh, it will be just 9 months, as they said. Okay, the primary treatment is 9 months, and then I'm done with this. But somehow I'm not. I'm still here with the breast cancer community. This I'll tell you what is on photos behind. So when my tumor was removed, I considered myself healthy, even though I could argue with healthcare community that I'm still not healthy, but for myself I am. Even though I went through all the other treatment, I took it just as a prevention, not my disease to come back. So I didn't join any organization at that time because I felt I'm like 30 years younger than all other patients. And at that time, organizations for young patients in Europe didn't exist. So I connected with few ones in US, especially about fertility questions. I also questioned my doctor about it. And the answer, because it was not available at that time in my country, they said, oh, you're so young, so don't worry about it. So after 10 years, I was not so young anymore. And also a few years later, I started questioning myself, what chemo did to my body, what tamoxifen is daily doing to my body, and what my body will respond to when I will be 37. So after the treatment, I went back to the university. I finished my PhD. I later joined a patient organization in Slovenia, Europadona, and quickly I joined the coalition. I finished my PhD and I started to question myself what to do with my life. I did a postdoc because that's the obvious. What do you do after you finish your PhD, getting another year to think about what you want to do with your life? So, yeah. So I went to US because my field was neuroscience. And I tried to make it really impossible for me, my PI. She said, what do you want to do? I said, oh, I want somehow connect breast cancer and neuroscience, tamoxifen and the brain. And she said, oh, here's a professor at the Harvard that does exactly that. And I was like, Anyway, I'm not doing that. So I quit science and I became a professional patient advocate. I used the knowledge I got through that trainings still. Luckily, I still understand the genomics and genetics that is coming, but I'm afraid that in the future years, I won't be able to follow all of this anymore. And today, I go around, not just Europe, but around the world, do different trainings, do different lectures, collaborate with different groups. But the most focus is also my national organization with my team, that what we do on the national level and what kind of support we can offer to our members and our patients. So when people ask me why I'm doing this and what do I do as a patient advocate, it's really hard to explain what all do we do. But on these pictures that are just hidden a little bit behind there, most of these women are no longer with us. So still the absolute number of people dying of breast cancer, I believe it's too high. And I'm sure that we can lower that number, but only if we all work together. So with early detection, prevention, I know it's hard for breast, but prevention, at least in BRCA carriers, so every cancer in BRCA carriers for me is unacceptable. So we should prevent this. And lowering that number should be our goal. Since I'm a veterinarian by training, by my primary training, I also wanted always a dog. So finally, after my diagnosis, I got a dog. They were born at our faculty hospital, so I took a puppy. And I always say that's my first baby. My second baby is my PhD. And if I will get my real human baby, I was not aware of if I'll be able to get pregnant. They all said, oh, with all these committees and Also, with the steering committee of the positive trial, most of the doctors said to me, just forget everything you know and try to get pregnant. Well, that was not an easy job for me. We also tried to start adoption procedures, but there's another obstacle in Europe and in many other countries. You have to get a health certificate saying that you are healthy. And my oncologist said, after 10 years, maybe I can give you this, but I will risk my license to do that because there's no legal option to do that. And as far as I know, Netherlands will be the first country that will put this in so-called right to be forgotten law, which is addressing discrimination in financial and insurance, access to the insurance and financial support, but also for adoptions. So my dog is still there. She will be 14 in 2 weeks. And then just after the treatment and after 10 years of tamoxifen waiting for a flush out of the treatment, me and my best friend that we both were diagnosed at 26 got also pregnant in the same year. We didn't plan that, but we got pregnant at the same time. She had triple negative disease. She's BRCA1 carrier. I was hormone positive, had hormone positive disease, no genetic mutation, and we were pregnant at the same time. Now we have both beautiful babies. My girl is now almost 4, so she's not a baby anymore, but I'm aware that most of the patients are not so lucky. That's why we still fight for fertility preservation before the treatment and access to it, not just the interruption of the treatment, but access also to all fertility methods that are available in our countries. So this is it from my side, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very beautiful presentation and also for sharing, your personal story and with us. I mean, I think it speaks a lot, and it speaks a lot, I think, to us as researchers to know that we have still to do better. We need to still to move on. I think you gave also a lot of beautiful examples on how we need to do better in interacting, how we need to do a better planning in advance. To interact together, but yes, we have time for questions. So are there some questions for Dr. Spanik? Okay, so while people think I have a question for you, so you clearly were illustrating, that there were a lot of possibilities to get educated as a patient advocate. And I think that's a question that we often get, from when can a patient tell that she becomes a patient advocate? What are for you essential requirements, to tell and to say that you are a patient advocate?
Well, thank you for your question. Well, as I showed, there are so many options, but there are also national platforms, at least for EUPATI. In many countries, these materials is translated to the national language. And I think it's very important for patient advocates to understand their national healthcare system, not first to go European and global and so on, because it is much more different. And the most difference we can do is first in our own country. And then knowing your healthcare system, how it works, how things are approved, how things come to the practice after the trial and after the approval, I think it's very important because here we can help a lot. Patient perspective can help a lot. So then if you don't have resources in your own language, in English, they are very accessible and open, as I already mentioned, but they are not all for everything and they are not all cancer specific. Let's say EUPATI is not cancer specific, it's for all non-communicable diseases. But it's cancer specific. EPF, that's European Patient Forum, it's also not cancer specific, but it's very good to know advocacy tools, advocacy methods that you can use, how do you communicate with media, because usually they contacted us, so do you have any good story that we can share? It's a very good material to use for basic training, for just getting known the advocacy field, but go to cancer specific trainings if you want to go deeper and when they want to collaborate. But in many countries, there are already national platforms or materials available in their national languages.
Okay, thanks a lot. And do you think also, because that's a question I often hear also then from patients or patients who want to become patient advocates, is there, I think, a certain time you have to wait after you've been diagnosed before becoming a patient advocate, so that it would not be too personal?
Yeah, that's very important topic. Well, at the beginning, we would all like to change everything. Nothing works, so everything's bad. So we need a revolution. But yeah, there is actually a suggestion from bigger and worldwide organizations that it's suggested to take at least 2 years since the diagnosis, because advocacy, it's not about me, it's not about my personal case, it's not about what I've been through, but it's for the whole community. So answering the questions. So I also try to avoid when someone asks us, let's say, we will do a trial for HER2 positive disease, can you suggest us a patient? We try actually to find a patient who didn't experience HER2 disease, because it becomes very personal very quickly, and we have to be aware, we have to be so self-critical. It's not about me, but it's about a community, it's about a patient community. It's good to have contact with patients daily or monthly to see. I'm 16 years since my diagnosis, so I forgot a lot about my treatment, but I have a daily contact with the patients, and I ask them. When I have some questions, I rarely contact them. We have few Facebook groups. I just send a question, and they always respond, so I can get their input from the patients that are currently under the treatment.
Yes, thank you. Do we have questions online? No, okay. Claire?
Thank you. That was a really informative talk. I just wanted to ask, I'm from Lobular Breast Cancer UK and European Lobular Breast Cancer Advocates. In treatment guidelines and a lot of breast cancer policy, lobular, we're invisible. So I just kind of wanted to ask you, what have you found to be the most effective ways that we as patient advocates can change guidelines and healthcare policy?
Well, thank you for this question. The thing is that if you take a look at the guidelines, they are always called early breast cancer guidelines or metastatic breast cancer guidelines, and they are just addressed some subtypes within the guidelines. That's why I mentioned the specific consensus conference for the young patients. So the thing is that I don't believe that there is a sense of making a guideline specific for lobular or specific for triple negative, but to address this kind of issues, because we know that treatment is very important. But for lobular, as long as we are working in this field of all breast cancers, I know how much we struggled with ECIBC to add the dense breast into the suggestions or their scope of ECIBC, that now there is a little small sentence that women should be aware of dense breast. So I think that it's very hard to go just and say we need this for lobular, but for every single guideline, let's say like the big ones, St. Gallen, ESMO, this should be in there, not just for patient advocates, that's also for healthcare professionals and experts who are in that group, because we have sub-chapters for triple negative disease, for HER2 disease, and lobular is not considered as one of these. Maybe it should be something about, but very in a consent of the clinical guidelines. So joining all these different groups, slowly integrating is probably one of the activities you as a patient advocates could do.
I also had another question, waiting if someone else had another question.
I think there was a hand
Anne.
previously. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see your hand. No, I think for people to hear online, I think it's important.
Thank you so much. My name is Anne-Vincent Salomon. I'm from Paris in France. So my question is really, how can you manage to have representatives from Europa-Donna patient advocates from different countries interacting with collaborative groups, or how do you handle that?
Well, that's actually the job of the head office that we have in Milan. So usually researchers or clinicians contact our head office and say we would like someone from France, as example. So then we contact our person. From each country we have one representative and one delegate, so at least 2 people that we communicate with. And they have national networks. Usually we connect researchers with the national representative, or we ask national representative to nominate a person, and then we connect the one person to another. So through this European project that I showed, we actually built new patient advocacy groups just specific for the trials, and we got patient representatives, at least 2 from each country, and that's how this network is growing, and how we try to make it, or even if we don't find an appropriate candidate, we then collaborate with Eupati, which they have a big database, all the trainees that already graduated from that program that maybe are not our members but are experts in breast cancer. So through those networks we try, and so far we always did it. We found a person for each request.
Thank you. And yeah, a last question I had also for you is, how did you find, do you find it easy, not sufficient to collaborate with companies? Like, for example, with pharma companies, how do you tackle that?
Well, we do collaborate with them because somehow they need us and we need them for the funding. But we have, within the coalition, we have very strict rules that we always share with our members. We have a policy that there is no single company-sponsored thing or event. We don't attend that. We don't accept that kind of funding. We always accept unrestricted grants, so we always present our program to all companies, and then they decide to support at least 3 of the programs that we have. And they are never listed as a single sponsor for anything, but they are always all together. So so far, this worked pretty much very good. We do a lot of advisory boards and a lot of different projects, but as I said, never as the Coalition Europa Donna. Also, if they ask for a patient advocate for advisory board, we always try to find a person who is not professional staff from the head office, that it doesn't have this conflict of interest, but we try to provide with other people that are going to those meetings. And I always add to all the companies that they should invest in basic research more. So then we will like them more.
I understand. Thanks a lot for all this great advice. And maybe just to finish, would you have, like, based on your experience, like some advice you absolutely would like to share, with the patient advocates, with the clinician scientists here?
I think we have another question up there, but okay. just before.
Just think to the answer.
Yeah.
Just, I noticed you were a dancer. Do you still dance?
Well, just at home with my baby girl, but I do yoga. That keeps me going. So yeah. Yeah. So going back to your question, what would be my advice? Well, I would have two different advices. One is for patient advocates, that there's a lot of things to do, and that we would like to build this breast cancer community. So Europa Donna and other organizations where we are part are looking for new people to join, so feel free. You can get in touch with me later, or you can use any of the resources I showed at the presentation. And for healthcare professionals and researchers, I would say only think about us earlier, not very late, and work with patient-centric approach, not patient in the center, because we don't want to be in the center, we want to be in the loop with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for your presentation, all your advice. Okay, so now we'll be very happy to start with the first challenge. So I will ask actually the chairs to come here and to start this first challenge and invite the speakers.
Two mics? A second mic, yes. Great. Okay, welcome everyone to this interactive panel on imaging and screening, which is probably one of the most important things to all of the patient advocates here. I'm Lori Hutchison. I'm a patient advocate, a 6-year survivor of early stage lobular breast cancer, and the executive director of the Lobular Breast Cancer Alliance. So the way this session is going to go is the first part, we're going to hear from each of the patient advocates on the panel who will each introduce themselves. We're going to have about 5 minutes with each of them discussing questions about ILC imaging or screening that we've all talked about, and we've also shared with the presenters that are important to them, and they will speak about their personal experiences and why those particular questions were relevant to them. Then we're going to have Dr. Covington introduce the panelists who will speak each for 15 minutes and hopefully address some of these questions that are really important to all of us. And after that, we'll have about 15 minutes of questions from everyone, including the panelists, and make sure that we get all of the questions hopefully answered. So I think what I'm going to do first is turn it over to Dr. Cushing. And I'm going to ask you to wait a second. I'm going to read your question and then have you introduce your 2 questions and have you introduce yourself. And then I'm going to, do we have a timer or I'll time? Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. So important to Tracy, and she said, what imaging studies should patients be having in the early stage setting to stage and evaluate the extent of disease? And then second, are mammograms being used in conjunction with AI or liquid biopsies after an early stage lobular diagnosis to predict or monitor for recurrence? Tracy, do you want to introduce yourself and talk about relevance to you?
Sure. Thanks, Lori, and hello, everybody. I am Tracy Cushing. I'm a physician, but I'm an ER doctor, and I didn't think about oncology for a second until I was diagnosed with invasive lobular carcinoma at the age of 45, with no risk factors, with no genetic mutations, and with incredibly dense breasts that no one told me were not sufficient in diagnosing my cancer. So I ultimately had a 3.6 centimeter tumor that was utterly invisible on every screening mammogram I had had for 5 years. And even as a physician, when I felt this weird lump in my breast, I thought, well, there's no way that's cancer. I had a normal mammogram. And so I just didn't know. And so for me, questions about AI with mammography or some way to improve it. I know we're leaps and bounds away from all getting screening MRIs at this point, but is there some way that we can make lobular or screening for dense breasts, and in particular lobular patients with dense breasts, better? And then going forward, I think there's a lot of questions about what are the appropriate screening imaging tests at the time of early diagnosis. So I had a CT scan, I had an FDG PET, and I have not much confidence that those necessarily were accurate in finding early stage or evidence of metastatic disease at the early stage. So I'd like to know if those were indeed even the correct test to have, and what patients should be advocating for.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So we're going to turn next to Claire, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that you've indicated have some relevance to you. The first is the use, availability, and utility of liquid biopsy tests. And the other is more about patient agency. A question of how imaging is such a huge issue for patients. And we've just discovered in a new UK patient survey that I know you're going to talk a little bit about now and then more later, that many patients do not ask because they don't think they're allowed to, or because they remain unaware that ILC can be hard to see on imaging. And the question is, how do the clinicians think this can be improved? That is, to reassure patients that asking is fine, and also what might get clinicians to be more open about the imaging challenges of ILC with their patients, and how can we help as advocates?
Thank you. If it's okay, I'm going to switch the two questions around. So my name is Claire Turner. I'm one of the founder members of Lobular Breast Cancer UK, and I am also a member of European Lobular Breast Cancer Advocates. So I first went to my GP in 2012 saying there's something really wrong in my right breast. It was the upper inner quadrant, and I had a mammogram and it came back clear, and they said, there's definitely no, you're absolutely fine. And similar to Tracy, I trusted my mammogram. And then I was like, there's definitely something not right. So I went back again, and again had a clean mammogram. And I kept repeating this process to the point of starting to think they're going to start thinking I'm actually a hypochondriac. Finally, in 2014, they found pleomorphic lobular carcinoma in situ. But that actually wasn't in the area in my breast that I'd been concerned about. So I had a lumpectomy and was put on annual monitoring mammograms. Still, things weren't right. And I actually went back and looked at my records. And between 2014 and 2017, I had 7 clear mammograms, 2 clear ultrasounds, 2 clear biopsies. And a month before I was due for my annual mammogram, I went back again and said, I know you must think I'm bonkers and roll your eyes when I walk into the clinic, but I have a massive dent in my breast now in the area where I was really concerned. And they did a mammogram again, and they found this time a centimetre. So I was 41 when I first went to the clinic, and I was 46 by the time I was diagnosed. So initially it seemed to be a 1 centimetre tumour. After mastectomy, I actually had 8 centimetres plus, with lots of kind of multifocal, multicentric disease right throughout my breast. So imaging for me was a massive issue. And then I was told, and we're going to carry on monitoring you, guess what with? Mammograms. And I remember thinking, am I in this really weird dystopian reality here? And I said, are you sure? And they were like, yes, mammograms. And I was like, this isn't right. And I contacted the wonderful Laurie Petiti and Lee Pate in America because I couldn't find any support in the UK. And I thought, I need to do something about this. And they shared loads of research, gave me lots of support. And then I thought, I'm going to ask for an MRI. And I was like, don't be ridiculous, we don't do MRIs. It's not in treatment guidelines. I pushed again. And they were like, no, you won't. And then I spoke with a breast care nurse who was really supportive and said, the secret with the NHS in the UK, and apologies to any clinicians here who hate it when people tell them this, if you keep asking, eventually they'll say yes. So what I did, I'd got as much research as I could, and I wrote them a letter, and I CC'd everybody into it. My GP, the consultant radiologist off my reports, my breast surgeon, everybody I could find. And eventually, the breast care nurse took it into the multidisciplinary team meeting, and they said, you can have an annual MRI. Roll on 3 years, 2020, the MRI found a local recurrence between my implant and the skin of my implant. I had no symptoms again, and without the MRI, I first thought they were calling me in because, I was like, it's in my left breast now, but no, it wasn't. So I had a local recurrence. And I think it's a huge issue that we understand. I think there's lots of issues. One, I think my perception was the radiologists weren't doing their job properly. So I think there's a massive information issue we need to work on with patients so they have this information and understand what's happening. How are we dealing with this? That MRI letter now we use as a template for LBC UK. Over 1,000 women have downloaded it. We've only been going for 3 years because it's the most prevalent request we get. I don't trust my imaging. I just keep being told that I can't have MRI or any supplementary imaging. And there's a poster which we mentioned. So that's one of the things. How are we going to tackle this huge issue around imaging and information for patients and advocacy? And you'll see in the poster that many women don't even think. They think they are not allowed to ask. They don't know, and they don't know how to ask, even if they want to ask. Move on to, obviously, so I'm running on, sorry, I do talk too much. Liquid biopsy, I think it's incredibly important as a result. But I think there's a number of questions. I was removed from the liquid biopsy trial in the UK because I had multicentric disease. And so if the trial comes back that this is a great tool for lobular, do we get excluded? And I know from research we've done here that lobular patients be missed out of research and trials because of our disease. So I think it's how can we solve the problem of liquid biopsy and potentially develop this as a resource for us to tackle the challenge of imaging and monitoring for lobular patients. Thank you.
Perfect. We clearly need a half a day at least, but I'm going to turn next to Kirsten and ask 3 of the questions that you've said are important to you. The question of whether there will be guidelines that inform oncologists of potential issues and usefulness around blanket genomic testing via liquid biopsy. Is it sustainable and achievable to offer ILC and metastatic lobular patients specific genomic tests that determine future targeted treatment options? Also, the question of what imaging tests a patient with metastatic lobular breast cancer should have routinely, and how does where the metastatic lobular breast cancer lesions are affect this answer? And then third part, are there different recommended treatments in terms of screening and monitoring for de novo versus other metastatic lobular breast cancer patients, and if so, why? So please introduce yourself and then talk about whatever matters to you most.
That was quite a lot, thank you. So I'm Kirsten Spencer, and I have lobular breast cancer. I've got metastatic lobular breast cancer, so I'm in that lovely position of knowing what it's like to be primary, and then also I know what it's like to be metastatic. And I'm representing a charity that specialises in metastatic breast cancer called MetUp UK. And we do quite a lot of work around drugs. Well, my role is to do work looking at drugs approvals, and what's working and what's not working. And it's been very interesting for me because one of the things I've realised, and I have a very experienced patient oncologist, and I remember one of the first things he said to me was, do you know, in my career I've treated thousands of patients, thousands of breast cancer patients, and I've yet to see 2 the same. I said, oh, so how long might I live? And he said, well, could be 6 months, could be 6 years, could be 16 years. And I thought, crikey, that's quite something to take on. And then I suddenly realised with a disease that has so much ability to change, and everyone has their own version of it, How on earth can we begin to start tackling that in a way that's meaningful? I also went through the worrying times of trying to get scans, and unfortunately I failed to get any scans. So I failed to get any follow-up after my primary diagnosis for about a year and a half, or nearly 2 years. And by the time my red flag symptoms of recurrence were acted upon, it had gone into all of my bones. So I've now got disease in just most of my bones. And I think with scanning, the thing is, it worries me because I know that scans that work for me, so it shouldn't probably work for me, so I'm very sensitive to an FDG PET-CT scan. I light up like a Christmas tree, and you can see all the activities in all the different places, whether it's going to sleep, whether it's waking up and having a party, all that sort of thing. And then I've never actually had an MRI full body scan, but I do sometimes have it in my brain because my brain's already going pretty crazy with sugar up there. So they wouldn't see anything much with the FDG PET-CT. So they give me an MRI for my head and an FDG PET-CT for my body. However, I've got a friend with a fairly similar diagnosis to me, and on an FDG PET-CT, she doesn't look like anything at all. She's most unremarkable, and she has to have an MRI. It really works well for her. So I'm very excited at this conference. We're going to look at something called a weighted MRI at one point, which I don't know anything about. I'm going to learn with it alongside you, which would perhaps move towards a one-stop shop for imaging. I don't know enough about it yet, but that would be good, because what concerns me is if we have firm guidelines on about what we're allowed to do, then what happens if you don't fit into those guidelines? Cancer does not fit in guidelines. It just laughs at them. So that's something else that we need to think. We need to look at alternative ways of measuring disease. I think a combination of scans is quite nice for many people because it does change as you go along. And that brings me on to a little bit of the scanning and biopsies. Because when I had metastatic disease, 2 liquid biopsies for a genomic test. And they both came back clean. And I was like, what? You can see it everywhere. How can I have clean? And then apparently they were moaning about it, saying, oh, this always happens with lobular breast cancer. And I was like, really? But really, why? And then, obviously, I had it in the bone. I had a bone biopsy. And in that bone biopsy, all of a sudden, 2 PIK3C mutations were found, and a particularly nasty ESR1 mutation called Y537S, which is very difficult to treat, yet my blood was clear. So that then made me go back and say, thinking of all you other patients out there, and I have to say, I know we're not supposed to talk about personal stories, however, personal stories actually influence how you can help other patients, because although we're all different, we do have similar problems. Then I went back and said, well, I'm really worried now because there's this brilliant thing in England called the TRACK-ER program. I've been throwing all the patients I can at it because it's a really good way of being able to monitor their disease, and actually it helps their mental stability as well because they feel they're being followed up. And now I'm worried that I've told them all the wrong thing because I've had 2 and it doesn't work. And they said, but there are different types of blood biopsy that you can have. And the one in England is specific to be sensitive to those people with ER-positive breast cancer that it's supposed to be following up. And I thought, brilliant. So actually they have a kind of designer biopsies going on, blood biopsies going on, and that is something that I didn't know much about, I still don't, and I'm hoping to learn more about. But it does give me a lot of confidence that as we go further forward, we are going to find better ways of monitoring us less invasively through our blood. I really believe we can, as long as we look at the individual. And that is what personalised breast care is about. And it's not happening enough. Each of you have your own disease. You might sit next to someone that you think should be like you, and they won't be like you. You might get an amazing result with one drug, and the person next to you might not get that reaction at all and have to move on quickly. And I can tell you something else. Although science is a magic in practice, there is always a reason. We might not know that reason, but it isn't just someone's out to get you. It's just that your body is very clever at this. And I think as a team going forward, it's going to be very exciting.
So thank you, Kirsten. Everyone up here is different, and everybody's situation is different. And next we're going to hear from Jade. And there are a couple of questions that are important to Jade, but again, you can address what's most important to you. And I'll start with the first. Considering the heterogeneity of breast cancer disease found in patients, how best can AI be used to capture the data and imaging guidelines to support a personalized approach for such a diverse population of lobular breast cancer patients? And second, given MRI and FES PET and being shown to be often superior for evaluating for and progression of metastatic lesions, how can patients help change the standard of care so that they are accessible?
Hi, I'm Jade. I'm from the US, from Boston, Massachusetts, near Lori, and I work with the LBCA sometimes as a volunteer. I was diagnosed in 2022. They initially thought that I had early stage disease because I got a screening mammogram. It showed architectural distortion. I got the diagnostic. No, nothing showed up on ultrasound. And the pre-surgical MRI did show a larger, tumor, as is often the case with ILC, but they didn't show anything in the axilla. So I went on to have a lumpectomy, an sentinel node biopsy, thinking that I would go on and have radiation and reconstruction. When they found extensive disease in my axilla, the plan changed, and I was put on, I was therefore, de novo. So I'm still on that initial, line of treatment, which is great. I have bone-only disease. The workup that they did was, CT of the chest and abdomen and bone scan, and they found bone mets, which is very common. But along the way, there were just so many times when those imaging things failed, and that is the truth of pretty much everybody I know with ILC. The mammogram that I had 2 years before my diagnosis was clear, supposedly, but when I look back on it, I realized that you could actually see little spiculated masses where the cancer ended up being. The screening mammogram underestimated the size. The ultrasound didn't see it at all, so which is again, to Claire's point, Kristen's point. Different people have different experiences with different modalities, and probably each lesion has a different experience with a different modality. So the big things the ways that imaging and the problems around imaging with ILC have impacted me, a lot of them center around the lack of overall understanding among clinicians and radiologists and the standard of care. There are obviously people who understand it very, very well, and I'm not saying that there aren't, but there's sort of because it's so often thought of as similar treatment-wise to IDC, there isn't as much nuance and subtlety when looking at those radiology things. And AI would be the first thing I thought of when I realized that there had been this thing there back in 2020 that could have gotten picked up but didn't, was I thought, how is this not being put through that AI? Whatever that AI process is, there is so much data there that we could capture. That really needs to be captured. How can that happen? And, especially with something that is so slippery on imaging. It's so slippery. So that's been one problem, just sort of a lack of appreciation. And then the other one is just, these, the question of how to both, advocate for changes in standard of care to include MRI, which is better, and FES PET, which is better, but also be flexible, because it is not going to be the same for each patient. And it's very hard to get flexibility into standard of care, but it really needs to happen with ILC. I would have benefited from more workup up front, and I would have had a better baseline. When you have subtle findings, you really need that baseline. So in any case, I would like to know about how we can advocate for that, and how can we talk to our doctors without alienating them when we know, how difficult it is to image or, that kind of thing, because that is, you don't want to alienate your doctors when you're talking to them about this stuff. So that's my question.
Thank you. And I want to add one question quickly from myself, and that is I had a dialogue about how can we get MRI if we've already been diagnosed with lobular breast cancer for regular screening. And the answer was, well, the test is that it will improve long-term outcome for survival. And to me, that's insufficient, because if you catch something early, you might avoid a surgical intervention, and that affects your quality of care, and it may ultimately not affect your long-term survival, but there was no consideration of quality of care and prevention of surgical intervention, and that just stunned me, and I hope that we can change that. And now, Dr. Covington.
Thank you, each of you, for sharing that, and brought up a lot of items that I hope we'll be able to delve into over the next few days. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kuhl here. She's a professor and head of radiology at the University of Aachen. I've never met her, but I've known of her research since I was a resident. I've cited it many times. I consider her one of the world's leaders in breast MRI, and it's really a pleasure to have you here. So we look forward to your presentation.
Good evening, or good afternoon, first of all. I have to say that I was really fairly agitated by what you were telling, because it resonates with me, because it's exactly what I get to hear, what I get to see every day in my professional life for the past, 3 decades already. So my task this afternoon is to explain the strengths and weaknesses of the different imaging methods that we have for early diagnosis of lobular cancer. And I would really like to explain it step by step. I hope I will keep in time. Invasive lobular cancer is the second most frequent type of breast cancer. In statistics say between 10 and 15%, I get to this later. It has a unique growth pattern in that it has that cell-by-cell type of infiltration that you all are aware of. It has a limited desmoplastic reaction. And we know it is more often locally advanced at the time of diagnosis. We know it is more often requiring several rounds of surgery to get clear margins. We know it more often requires mastectomy. And it is overrepresented in internal cancers, which is all explainable by the very simple fact that we cannot see it on imaging. Mammograms pretend to see cancer early, but often enough, and more often than not with lobular cancer, they simply cannot. And that leads to all the effects mentioned there. And that then leads to the fact, together with the specific biology of lobular cancer, and its sometimes, say, specific metastatic pathways, is what causes mortality due to lobular cancer. And the problem is increasing, not decreasing, over the past decades. Not only is incidence of lobular invasive cancer on the rise, but also is late-stage disease is on the rise. So we're not doing better, we're doing worse. Do we have evidence, actually, on the efficacy of screening mammography when it comes to lobular cancer? Not breast cancer as a whole, but lobular cancer specifically. Believe me, I spent hours on my laptop to find out about the existing scientific evidence, and it is surprisingly little. What I found is this. This is data from India, according to which only 8% of lobular invasive cancers in India are diagnosed at stage 1, which is the early stage, which is the stage during which we would actually expect to diagnose a breast cancer if a woman participates in screening. I don't exactly know whether the data from India stem from a screening population, but this data here I found, this is a report from the German mammography screening program, full digital program that started only in 2007. And as such, the data is certainly not exactly complete, but that is what they report on. They report on a total number of 1,000 women diagnosed with lobular cancer who participated in the German mammography screening program. Of this group, 28%, the cancer was not detected by the screening mammogram at all, but as an interval cancer after a false negative, a normal screening round. And this is, as I said, highly quality assured, full digital, double red German screening. Another 28% was detected by the screening mammogram, but not early. Only in the stage T2 and over, means either axillary lymph nodes or even metastatic disease, and or a tumor which was larger than 3 centimeters in size. Plus an unknown number, because that was not reported in this paper, of women who had smaller T1 cancers but metastatic disease at the time of diagnosis. If you just add the numbers, means that over 56% of women who do participate in quality assured, full digital, double reading, mammography screening will go undiagnosed. Okay? That is sobering, I'd say. It's the majority, as a matter of fact. And as I said, it's over 56%. It's likely higher than that. So, in women with lobular cancer, mammographic screening will fail more often than not. And if you ask radiologists, the majority of them actually knows. This paper, published in 2024, asks radiologists about their perception regarding early diagnosis and follow-up of women with lobular breast cancer. And they say, well, actually, mammography screening is not enough, right? We would need MRI or something. Why does mammographic screening fail? So I'd like to take some time to explain a bit more in detail what is the problem. What drives the sensitivity of mammography? There are two things. One is host-related, depends on you, the woman, and that is breast density. And then there's another one, which is tumor-related, if you wish. It depends on the tumor type that you develop. Take density. You all know that the breast is composed of, fibroglandular tissue, fat tissue, and the skin. And we all know, maybe, I think, that the fat tissue is what is dark on the mammogram. It is transparent, if you want. And bright is the fibroglandular tissue. This is what causes density. Now, the problem is that this is a biologic continuum. Actually, every woman's breast looks different on a mammogram, and it is a biologic continuum from almost no fibroglandular tissue at all, and only fat tissue, up to almost no fat tissue at all, and only fibroglandular tissue. So it's very variable. Now, the problem is cancerous cells are exactly as dense as normal fibroglandular tissue cells. This is the problem. They're exactly as dense. There's no difference on the mammogram. Means the cancer is visible on the mammogram only in case the cancer forms a mass, which might be denser than the normal fibroglandular tissue, or is at least partially surrounded by fat. Happens, in other words, to sit in the breast, not entirely circled by fibroglandular tissue. Okay? So that is the requirement. Or there's another possibility that we can see a cancer. Oops, sorry. Go back. Oops. So the cancer forms a mass, and the cancer is at least in part surrounded by fat tissue. Let me show it here on this example. This patient has an involuted breast, and here are the two densities that are exactly as dense as a normal fibroglandular tissue, but we can see them as masses, as tumors, because they happen to sit here and not here. because they are mostly surrounded by fat tissue. This is how we can diagnose a breast cancer. And if a new cancer, this is 2 cancers, and if a new cancer develops and sits in, within fat tissue, it's easy to see. If the same cancer develops and sits in a woman with dense breast, you will not be able to see it. It is physically impossible. It has nothing to do with reader expertise, quality of the mammogram. Of course, poor quality always is bad, but you cannot compensate for this basic physical problem of equal density of the cancer and the normal fibroglandular tissue. There's one, other strategy to diagnose cancer on mammography, and that is through calcifications. Cancer can cause small calcifications, and if they do, you may not even be able to see the actual tumor, because this patient has dense fibroglandular tissue, but we can see small calcifications that then indirectly help us see the cancer. So if you've got dense breast, or the sensitivity of mammography decreases with increasing breast density, and in women with extremely dense breasts, you can see a cancer only if it happens to be associated with calcifications, which is only the case in 30, maximum 40% of the cancers, which explains why the sensitivity of mammography with extremely dense breast is about 30 to 40%. Means out of 10 patients with breast cancer, you'll pick up only 3 or 4. Okay? Now, the other aspect is the type of cancer that a woman happens to develop. From an imaging standpoint, lobular cancer is a distinct disease that is different from the regular, so to speak, NSD cancer. The regular cancer forms a mass, okay, which can be felt as a lump, that can be seen on ultrasound as a lump, on a mammogram as a lump. Or it can produce microcalcifications, which are then helpful and useful for imaging by mammography. Lobular cancer, on the other hand, does not form a mass. It has this Indian path type of file pattern. It doesn't produce necessarily lumps. It replaces the existing fibroglandular tissue cell by cell. And it doesn't cause calcifications. So, how would you then diagnose it by mammography? I don't mean the late stage, I mean the early ones. Well, the answer is you can't. This patient, as you see here, on the left side, has an extremely dense breast on a mammogram. Can you start the video? This is her MRI that shows you where the disease is. On the left-hand side, she has unnumberable lobular invasive cancer on the right. This is the full picture, so to speak. This patient has a fairly dense breast. This is her MRI that shows a huge LCIS plus multifocal invasive lobular cancer. This patient has an actually only intermediately dense breast, and here's her MRI. Would you guess it's here somewhere? Maybe it's this, but you don't know, because this might be the cancer, but it looks exactly as this here. There's a patient with only intermediately dense breast. This is the same patient's MRI. I have only 2 slides here. This is the 3D reconstruction. It's a huge disease. This patient has not dense breast, right? It's mostly fatty. It's actually an ACRA. This is her MRI that shows diffusely infiltrating lobular cancer. It is actually maybe here, but not here. This is normal fibroglandular tissue. This is the lobular cancer. In retrospect, you might be able to see, but not at first sight. So this is the conclusion so far. To identify early infiltrating lobular cancer on mammography is impossible in women with dense breasts, and difficult to very difficult, and close to impossible to even women with ACRA, which is fatty breasts. So due to the specific growth pattern of lobular cancer, you've got an additional problem regardless of breast density, in addition to breast density, if you wish. Would tomo, which is 3D mammography help, will likely not. This patient has a tomo, which is actually normal. This is a C view of the tomo. Can you start the video? This is her MRI. See? It starts here. This is the insidious growth pattern of lobular cancer. It doesn't produce, actually, it doesn't produce a lump. It just sits along the normal anatomy of the breast, so to speak. This is a locally advanced lobular invasive cancer. This is an ACRA breast, and it's not a regular mammogram, it's a tomo. Okay. Now, we know that tomo is somewhat better than mammography, but it certainly will not solve the problem of lobular invasive cancer. Ultrasound, we've heard that just right now. This patient has intermediately dense breast on ultrasound. She has a hypoechoic architectural distortion on the right side, which is 1.6 centimeter in diameter. Here's her MRI, and she has an almost 8 centimeter large cohesive growth pattern, lobular cancer. We know that it makes sense to have additional ultrasound in women with dense breast tissue overall. We don't have data on the specific usefulness in lobular cancer. There is no such analysis so far. If you just take this trial here, which is actually fairly old already, but actually very helpful because it was published in JAMA, and the same cohort of women where ultrasound screening found an additional 4 per 1,000 cancer, they also offered 1 screening round of MRI. After 3 years of physician-performed breast ultrasound, and the cancer detection in that same group was almost 15 per 1,000. Which brings me to actually vessel-based imaging, which is MRI and contrast-enhanced mammography. That's the 2 imaging methods that are available in general. For MRI, we know that it works for screening. We know because we have been doing this for 2 decades now in women with very high risk of breast cancer, and women with familial breast cancer, BRCA mutation carriers. And we know it consistently performs far better than mammography, also if you compare it with mammography plus ultrasound. Now, the thing is that, we talk not about women with very high risk. Is a small minority of the actual population. Most women who will develop breast cancer don't have that strong family history. So we would actually need improved screening methods for women at average risk. So the first group where this was tried was women with extremely dense breast, where we have evidence, level 1 evidence, to demonstrate that MRI substantially improves survival of breast cancer because it drastically reduces interval cancer rates. Now, the thing is that it's not, as I said, the women with extremely dense breast that has a problem with early diagnosis of lobular. So maybe this paper is more applicable to this situation. It was published in 2017 by our group, where we looked at the use of additional MRI for screening in women not selected by density, and found an exact same additional cancer detection rate, an interval cancer rate of 0, and interestingly, cancer detection by MRI was improved regardless of density. So, current challenges with early diagnosis of lobular cancer exist not only in women with dense breast, but also in women with heterogeneously dense breast, even with involuted breast. In the absence of selection criteria that would tell us a woman's likelihood to develop in the near future a lobular cancer, I think we should not be restrictive with the use of MRI, which appears to be the perfect answer. But we should be way more liberal and try a different strategy, which means to reduce the cost and the burden of breast MRI. And that is the concept of abbreviated MRI. We presented this or suggested this back in 2014, so 10 years ago. The concept is to just concentrate on the most important components of a lengthy breast MRI protocol. Just, 3 minutes acquisition time, like we acquire 1 image before contrast and 1 image after contrast, and that's it. So it's 120 seconds, and you're done. You then do a 3D reconstruction of this image so that the radiologist only has to read a 3D image. And we did so and found that with an acquisition, a magnet time of 3 minutes and an interpretation time of less than 3 seconds, we got the exact same diagnostic accuracy of abbreviated MRI as full protocol MRI. And all the cases that I've shown you are abbreviated protocols. This is just 3 minutes. It takes 3 minutes to acquire this image, or 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 this image. Okay? 3 minutes. It shouldn't be much more expensive than a tomo. We've had, we published this back in 2014. Since then, a myriad of studies have been published that confirmed the results. Yes, we can do it. Yes, the diagnostic accuracy is equivalent. We even have information on the use of MRI for follow-up in women with a personal history of breast cancer, which is specifically, I think, helpful for women with lobular cancer. And we have information for screening. And I would just like to focus on this one paper, which was a multi-center trial published in 2020, where I had the privilege to serve as a co-PI together with Christopher Comstock and Gillian Newstead. Was conducted in, I think, 40 different sites in the US and in Germany. We included women with intermediately dense and dense breasts. The majority of women had only intermediately dense breasts. And as you can see, the comparison with TOMO showed that the overall cancer detection rate with abbreviated MRI is 2.5-fold compared with TOMO. And 27% of cancers were lobular. Contrast-enhanced mammo, for comparison, it is available, but it is less sensitive than MRI. And the evidence that we have is certainly not sufficient to use it prospectively on a broader scale for screening. I'm almost done, okay? I'm almost done. The sensitivity, as you see, the numbers are very small, but this is the current evidence that we have. Contrast-enhanced mammo is right now heavily pushed by the vendors of mammography systems. And it is, and they sell it as if we had an equivalent to MRI, but as you see, it is not the same sensitivity, specifically not when it comes to small lesions, right? Now, and then in addition, the risk, you use iodinated contrast agents, which have a 7 times higher, allergy rate compared with MRI. You need to have kidney function testing if you use iodinated contrast agents. You need cleared thyroid function if you use iodinated contrast agent, but not for gadolinium. And then contrast-enhanced mammo involves ionizing radiation and breast compression, whereas MRI does not. So I would absolutely see no reason why we can switch. So in conclusion, I'm done. Mammographic screening is a healthcare intervention that does not work for lobular cancer. Full stop. And even less so in the follow-up after lobular cancer. Because a surgery of the breast plus radiotherapy increases breast density and adds architectural distortion, which completely eradicates the last rearm, so to speak, to help mammography detect the recurrence. It's literally impossible. Worse than having no screening at all is having a screening program that predictably does not do the job. Thank you. Lobular cancer differs from regular breast cancer in so many aspects that it deserves to be considered a different disease that requires different programs for early diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up. It is as frequent as ovarian cancer. And we would love to have screening for ovarian cancer, but we don't have methods to ensure early diagnosis of ovarian cancer. But we do have methods to ensure early diagnosis of lobular cancer. And that is breast MRI. And specifically, abbreviated breast MRI makes it really tolerable and feasible. In the absence of selection criteria that would predict a woman's risk, I think offering abbreviated breast MRI liberally could really help save lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll have to hold questions till the end. I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Now it's our privilege to hear from Dr. Sandoval. He's a medical oncologist at Geneva University Hospitals and the Institut Curie in France. And he works with the Circulating Tumor Biomarkers Group, and I'm really excited to hear what he has to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Dr. Kuhl. I don't know if you did my job more difficult or easier in a way. So I would say you make it easier because you summarized the evidence of screening in lobular breast cancer, which is close to none, which is the case. I would like to thank all the patient advocates for your questions. I think we got the questions before. I was trying to understand how could I answer to some of them. Specifically for lobular cancer, taking into account that all these questions have not been answered even for non-lobular breast cancer. So all the questions that you've asked, my answer is we don't know. And I'll try at least to show some avenues that we could pursue to try and address them. The other point is that I am that medical oncologist that you come and ask, please do me the MRI. And most often than not, what we say is, but we don't have the data that's useful. And this witnesses a big gap in our knowledge. And I think one of the ways the patient advocates could help us is to try and fund or get the incentive to studies that address these questions to be done. Because it's very difficult to fund them. If there's no new drug, if there's no pharma partner to actually fund a trial that answers that question, is MRI what we should be doing routinely is not done, or there are, of course, some studies that has been shown that try to address those questions, but very difficult to fund. Having said that, my point here today is to talk about screening. And screening, I will just give you some pictures or some questions that are still unanswered in terms of screening of breast cancer overall, and then try at the end to see and foster the discussion, how can we address the gaps in knowledge. So to start with, this is what normally patients get on the internet, that every 1,000 people that get a mammogram, there's 100 that has subsequent mammographic ultrasounding testing, 61 that has additional methods, 20 that come back 6 months later because there's something that was found, 19 that undergo an invasive biopsy, and 5 that eventually have a breast cancer diagnosis. But then the question is, who are these 5 and which disease do they have? Traditionally, when we talk about screening, I think this is a very interesting graph. If we take the x-axis and we have time, on one hand, we have the time when a cell started to divide, forming a cancer. On the other hand, we have death of an individual from whatever other cause other than cancer. In the y-axis, we have cancer size. We can also put 2 thresholds, a threshold at which a cancer actually gives symptoms, and another threshold, let's see if it works, which is a size at which this cancer causes a patient death. And what we know is that all cancers are different, as we've heard today. Everything is very personalized, so there might be different trajectories of growth. And here we will have different kinds of cancers. The fast cancers that grow very fast cause symptoms quite quickly and probably will endanger someone's life. The slow ones that grow slowly arrive to a size that they give symptoms. And then you have the very slow and the non-progressives. And when we do our mammographic screening, even if it works, what we do see is that we're going to miss these fast-growing tumors, and we are going to also to detect these very slow and non-progressive tumors, which is what we call overdiagnosis. So clearly, what we have today is not optimal. The evidence for this comes from several papers that show that the implementation of organized screening was followed by a massive increase of early-stage breast cancer and a slow reduction in late stage. This also is reflected in the reduction of cancers with, how do I have a pointer, with more than 5 centimeters and a vast increase of those that are 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters. The same can be seen here. Big increase of these cancers that are between 1 and 2 centimeters. That is not followed by a steep reduction in those cancers. So basically, yes, screening saves lives, but at the cost of overdiagnosis, like we all know. Also, this is a recent review of different methods and indications of screening, and what we do see is that not all of them have sufficient evidence in terms of their efficacy, as you've pointed out. Even if we go outside of lobular breast cancer, there is sufficient evidence to support mammographic screening after 50. As we start at an earlier age, this evidence is limited, and if you go, for instance, for breast cancer self-examination, there is inadequate evidence that it actually reduces mortality or increases the rate of detection of interval cancers. So ideally, what we need in screening is to diagnose more of the fast and slow cancers and less of those that are very slow and non-progressive. How can we do this? Do we lower screening age? Do we increase the frequency of screening? Do we use more accurate methods? The answer is that probably this may increase the number of the red and the yellow, but probably will also increase our overdiagnosis. So the field of breast cancer screening is going more and more towards what we call risk-adapted screening, which we would screen more people that are at low risk, screen less people that are at low risk and screen more those that are at high risk. And how can we tailor this screening indication? This is where the field is advancing. So we already do some kind of risk-adapted screening. We already tell people that you should only start screening at the age of 50, now in the US at the age of 40, depending which guidelines you follow. We also know for people that have genetic predispositions, so BRCA1 and BRCA2 carriers, that they are at an increased risk of developing breast cancer. So we've compared to the general population, we're talking about 13% for a woman that is 25 up to the age of 85, there is a 13% of developing breast cancer. If you are a BRCA1 or BRCA2 carrier, this percentage goes to 60%. And the guidelines reflect that. So as you can see here, there's already a recommendation to start screening at an earlier age, at 30 or 5 years younger than the first relative that had a breast cancer. Family history has also been considered in several risk assessments that may guide our screening decisions. To give an example of how family history can be important, I'll just ask you to pay attention to this graph. This is a study from Sweden that included 5 million women. And what we do see here is that in the general population, the cumulative risk, the 10-year cumulative risk of having a breast cancer is around 2.3% at the age of 50. And this is the threshold defined to start screening. But what we do see here is that we have increased family history. For instance, these are people that have more than 2 first-degree relatives or more than 0 second-degree relatives that had breast cancer. They achieve the same level at risk at the age of 30. So starting to screen these people at this age is probably an error. And this is why more and more, when we do a risk assessment for screening, family history is taking more and more preponderance in our screening decisions. Also, it has been referred here, breast density. Not only it can cause problems in terms of diagnosing specific subtypes like breast cancer, it also, the higher the breast density, the higher the risk of developing a cancer. So risk-adapted screening should also take into account breast density. This is just an example of one trial that is ongoing in the UK, the BRAID trial, where patients or people, they're not patients, they're just individuals that have high density breasts are being randomized into different screening methods, including contrast-enhanced mammography and MRI. And this, in theory, could allow us to say what is the best strategy in terms of how to screen these patients. Finally, going back to the genomic risk, which is something that we are bombarded every day, and let's not hide it, this is probably where one of the fast-growing fields in terms of biotech. How do we actually harness the power of genomics to identify better who do we screen? All started in what we called genome-wide association studies. So it's a very big word, just for a type of studies where we take a group of people that has a disease, a group of people that doesn't have the disease, we do some genetic profiling, and we try and find which areas of their genome are different and that are associated with this increased risk. Normally, the way scientists plot it is like this. We call this a Manhattan plot. I think the Americans might be proud of it. And you see that there are these skyscrapers. So these skyscrapers are a location in the genome that is very, very highly associated with the disease. And as you can see, there aren't many peaks normally. We find these peaks, then we found these lower skyscrapers, and then we have what is just normal buildings, not skyscrapers. And this we can define different kinds of genes. We have these high risk, high penetrance susceptibility genes, which BRCA1, BRCA2 as we know. We have that are very uncommon, but with a very high risk of causing the disease. Then we have the moderate penetrance genes that are somehow in the middle. And then we have the majority, which is here. I actually had an animation of that, right? So for these we already know. We know them. But how do these actually impact the risk? We do not know. We know there is not only one gene, it's probably the composition or the balance of the contribution of different genes. And this is where it comes the concept of polygenic risk score. So we don't look only at BRCA1, BRCA2, yes, no. We actually take a big collection of these alleles and we try to calculate a score. It always comes back to score. So this is what we call a polygenic risk score, which is a score based on these genes, and we will know that the majority of the people are right here in the middle. But then there is this part here that is at high risk of disease. And this is another way that we can actually try and direct our screening towards the people that have higher risk. This has now been explored in several trials. One of the most well-known is MyPEBS, which is a unicancer trial, but an international trial, led also by Gustave Roussy, by Professor Suzette Delaloge. And the question is quite easy. It's just you take women that are between 40 and 70, you randomize them, you do a salivary test, you do a profile of these genes, and then you divide them according to their risk. And according to their risk, they have different screening strategies. If you're very high risk, you have an annual mammography plus an annual MRI up to 60 years old. If you're low risk, you have a mammography at 4 years. So you try to de-escalate screening on one side, escalate on the other side according to risk. Of course, this is compared to standard screening. It's ongoing. They aim to include 85,000 women. I know that recruitment had some hiccups due to the pandemic, but I think they're on track and the trial will be concluded soon. Now, going back to the question of liquid biopsy and what has been marketed as multi-cancer early detection, which I will just mention one example, which is available in the US. The US colleagues, correct me if I'm wrong, which is Galleri. The basis is to use a genomic test that looks in the blood for something that tells us there is a cancer somewhere, right? In the case of Galleri, epigenetic changes in cell-free DNA. There have been some studies of their clinical validity, so they take patients that have cancer, patients that don't have cancer, and look into their blood to see if they find these markers, and that appears to be the case. But then there's the question of clinical utility. Is it useful or not? And this is the stage that we are at. So one of the trials that has been, or the studies that has been published is the Pathfinder trial, and what we can see here, it was a study where roughly 6,600 patients age 50 or above were enrolled. They had a blood test, and if there was a cancer signal detected by the trial, they would then undergo other tests to try and find out where this cancer was. So what we do see here is that there were positive cancer signals in 92 patients, and only 35 were true cancers. Also, if you go here on the non-cancer signal detected, there was 86 patients with a false negative. So what we do see here, if we summarize it, is that this test could only pick up between 20 to 38% of the cancers. They redid their algorithm, and it improved from 20 to 38%. So there is still a lot of work to be done in this. I know that it's commercially available in the US, you can do it, but there are some caveats on this test that people should be aware. Of course, the bright side, if we can find one, is that 50% of the cancers that were detected by Galleri were cancers that had no screening modalities. Well, this is not the case of breast cancer. So for those cancers like pancreatic cancer or a corpus uteri carcinoma, maybe this could be interesting and important, but we still don't know. We're still in very early stages. There is one UK-wide trial that is ongoing with the NHS. We don't know the results. We'll see. So if we came back to lobular breast cancer, there is already some kind of risk-adapted screening, specifically for women that are carriers of a CDH1 mutation. So for these ones in the guidelines, we already have that they should have, at the age of 30 or 5 years younger than the youngest family member that had breast cancer, they should have an annual MRI with mammography. So these are the recommendations currently. How do we apply risk scores, polygenic or others? Our risk assessment for invasive lobular carcinoma, it's still unknown. So as you've seen, we have a couple of papers from India that report us what do we find in terms of stage diagnosis, but how do our recommendations apply for lobular breast cancer is still not studied. Furthermore, if we go to ctDNA-based screening, we still do not know what are the dynamics of ctDNA in lobular breast cancer. As you've said, that in your blood test they found no ctDNA, despite the fact that there was some disease. There are reports, for instance, that in a collection of patients with metastatic breast cancer that had their ctDNA profiled, only 9% of them had a CDH1 mutation. And we know that it's much more than 9% normally the CDH1 mutations that we actually identified. So it could be because CDH1 is a particular gene, it could be because there are no hotspot mutations like in PIK3CA, that our assays have been developed specifically to detect PIK3CA mutations in SR1 and not CDH1. So this is still very early in their development, and we still are trying to have that analytical and clinical validity, and then hopefully we'll go to if they are useful in the clinics. So with this, I thank you. I didn't answer a lot of questions concerning lobular breast cancer, but I hope at least we can have a nice discussion.
Do we have time for questions, or should we take them at the front? 5 minutes. Okay, you were first back there.
My question is for Dr. Cole. The concern with breast MRIs is the false positive rate. In your 2020 Journal of the American Medical Association clinical trial paper, you wrote that the positive predictive value of the abbreviated MRIs that you performed was 31%. That suggests to me that for every 3 breast biopsies done based on your screening MRI, only one of those will find cancer. My question is, what can be done to make breast MRIs more specific and have fewer false positives?
Well, I don't think false positives are a problem. False negatives are. And I'm surprised, actually, I'm a bit agitated. I'm surprised that mainly men ask about false positive problems. It is almost, I'm sorry, but it's always, I hear, and same thing with overdiagnosis. I'm actually surprised about the fact, I'm a bit agitated, but I'm the expert, so don't mistake my emotions as being not to the point. Breast cancer screening is a specific field of expertise, and I do have that expertise. So, false positives are not our main problem. False negatives are. In other words, women are sent home with an allegedly normal breast who do have not only small breast cancers but locally advanced breast cancers. False positive means that yes, we have false alarm. But if we talk to women and say, okay, you know, we strive to find breast cancer as early as possible, and possibly even a precursor of breast cancer, in other words, DCIS. So we need to biopsy to find out whether, in your case, it is a DCIS or an invasive cancer or something benign that only imitates something like that. The more you strive to achieve an early diagnosis, the more often you will have false alarm. So what? Nobody dies of false positive diagnosis. It costs. It causes costs, that's it. And it is, of course, not nice to undergo biopsy. And it is my life journey to try improve breast MRI. But I would say, and that is very important, that the false positive rate of MRI is no different than the false positive rate of mammography, and far better than that of ultrasound. Regarding overdiagnosis, I hear that over and over again. We overdiagnose breast cancer by mammographic screening. Yes, this is a problem, but it's not our main problem. If, for the time being, no woman died of breast cancer, then overdiagnosis was our main problem. But underdiagnosis is our main problem. In other words, we fail early diagnosis in way too many women, so that, as a matter of fact, breast cancer mortality has only slightly declined with the advent of mammographic screening. It has declined, but breast cancer is still the most important cause of cancer death in women in the European Union. So the fundamental problem that triggered the introduction of mammographic screening has not changed. And this is our main problem, okay? This is our problem, underdiagnosis, not overdiagnosis.
Okay, last question here.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a patient advocate, and I'm trying to raise awareness about lobular breast cancer. For example, I'm writing an article now just for the general public. We understand that MRIs are the best way to detect for dense breasts, and then also afterward for possible reoccurrence. What can I write or say to the public as an advocate to, should I say, ask, if you have dense breasts, ask your doctors about abbreviated MRI or MRI, and if they say no, do they push them? How should I get the message out?
Push helps. Pushing is always helpful, as we have seen in your case. If you push, then finally you will get. But I think it's unacceptable that women have to push. It is totally unacceptable. And you say in your list on your slides, we don't have sufficient evidence for MRI for screening for lobular cancer. That is actually a bold statement, given the fact that we have a randomized prospective clinical trial on 30,000 women recruited within the Netherlands on the DENSE trial that showed that MRI saves lives because it wasn't powered for cancer detection but for interval cancer reduction. And that is direct and established surrogate metric for mortality. So we have level 1 evidence. What could people possibly ask for in addition to that? This was the basis that we used to introduce mammographic screening. Now, why don't we act on this? That would be my question. Why don't we act on evidence? And that is something that has to change. What was it? No, that was a DENSE trial published in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2019, the DENSE trial. This is not specifically on lobular cancer, but lobular cancer are always overrepresented. And then it is certainly true that we should go risk-adapted, risk-stratified. Yes, that's true. But when the answer is just doing a bit more mammograms, this is ridiculous. An imaging test that is blind for the target condition will be blind even if you use it more often or earlier.
Hi, my name is Rita. I'm a breast surgeon from the University of California, San Francisco. I just want to make an important point that we can't forget our basics. So Claire's story really brings this up. when someone has a finding in their breast, which I can say as a surgeon who mostly sees lobular breast cancer, many times lobular breast cancer does cause a subtle or even not subtle finding in the breast. Even if the imaging and all of these tests are negative, you have to have a biopsy. And so oftentimes people get sent to surgeons to do a palpation-guided biopsy or a punch biopsy of the skin to work up a finding. So we can't forget something called the triple test, which is the best way to not miss a breast cancer. If someone feels something or notices a change in their breast, it's really the combination of imaging, physical examination by a skilled provider, so you have to see a breast specialist, plus biopsy. So you can't really... even if, and I'm a fan of breast MRI, I use it all the time, and I think that the ctDNA, all of this is very promising, but if I saw a patient who had an abnormality in her breast and had all of these tests and they were negative, I would still do a biopsy.
Agreed.
So I just want people to be aware of that.
Agree. But this is actually that's not my, what we're talking about. We talked about screening. You refer to a symptomatic patient who's there in a diagnostic setting because she palpates something. Yeah. Then you have to go for biopsy, regardless of what imaging tests show. Although, I would say that if we do an MRI and find out that, for instance, the palpable finding is due to a complicated cyst, you can also forego biopsy.
Well,
but I think
this
is not the patient cohort we right now discuss. We discuss the normal woman, average risk, not necessarily dense breast, as I have explained. We talk about women with no specific family history. The vast majority who have lobular cancer don't have a BRCA mutation or a family history suggestive of a BRCA mutation.
Absolutely. And another important point, and like I said, I get breast MRI on every patient that I see, but almost all of my patients come to me with a diagnosis of lobular cancer not yet having had a breast MRI. And stage 1 lobular breast cancer does exist, which means that mammogram is not perfect, but is not useless. So the message should not be to not go get mammograms.
I'm sorry. I think we're over. Well, please,
can I just, yes,
fine.
Of course. I mean, having a mammogram is better than having nothing. But it's not. You're saying it's useless. Yeah. So it's wrong to say it doesn't work. Can I? She's the mic and
Two comments. Number one, I do not appreciate the gender issue. We all care about patients. We all have moms, sister, wives. We care about women. Number two, mammogram work. We need to do better. It's wrong to say it does not work.
Okay. We can continue discussion afterwards. I've been instructed we do need to be done. Thank you so much.
I'm hoping that our next panel is as interesting and robust as the first one. We're going to talk about lobular treatment plans and challenges. I will be chairing along with Dr. Jason Mwabi. I'm going to introduce the patient advocates, and Dr. Mwabi will introduce the clinicians on our panel. My name is Lori Petiti. I am from California in the United States. I was diagnosed in 2010 with pleomorphic stage 2 lobular breast cancer. Our patient advocates today are Tone Lien. She's an advocate from the southeast part of Norway and was diagnosed with early stage lobular in 2019. She's active in the Norwegian Breast Cancer Society and represents Norway in the European Lobular Breast Cancer Coalition. She's also a member of the European Lobular Breast Cancer Advocates and advocates across the Scandinavian countries. We have Rian Trevier. She's an advocate from the Netherlands. Rian was diagnosed with early stage lobular breast cancer in 2012 and is an active with the Breast Cancer Association Netherlands and also ELBCC.
She recently became co-founder and chair of the newly formed Dutch Lobular Foundation. We also have Julia Catherine Levine, 11-and-a-half-year metastatic breast cancer advocate from Venice, California. Julia works with lobular metastatic patient organizations and mentors lobular and metastatic patients. She's the lead research advocate and publications curator at the Lobular Breast Cancer Alliance. So the way we've set up our panel is the patients are going to talk a little bit about their treatment protocol, and they're going to present their questions, which the clinicians have already seen, and then hopefully in their presentations they'll address some of those questions. So we'll begin with Tone.
Thank you. As Laurie said, I was diagnosed in 2019 at stage 1 multifocal, and I've never heard about lobular breast cancer. And I didn't feel anything. The only thing, if I think back, is that I had a terrible rash on my breast for maybe 1 or 2 years, and my doctor just gave me some treatment so that I could cream put on it, but it never went away. So from my first mammogram, where they told me that it was a 2-millimeter area that was suspicious because they could find 5 particles of microcalcifications that were 0.2 millimeters each. They said, well, we'll give you an MRI, but I didn't really think about it. I even asked, I think you were over-treating. I hear that you're over-treating patients, so I think maybe we could wait and see. Well, they laughed at me, and they said, we will remove that with a small margin, but we will call you once the MRI is finished, and we will plan for a surgery. And then when they called me, it was 5 centimeters, or 1.5 centimeters, or 2. It was everywhere in the whole breast, and I was just shocked. And I didn't understand anything, and that's how I became involved with patient advocacy. So I removed my breast. I had a primary reconstruction. It was 100% ER positive and 80% PR positive. I had a K67 on 24%, and then they told me that was a little high to be a lobular. So you are a luminal B patient, they told me. I didn't really know much about that, but what I'd seen in my pathology from the biopsy was that it was LCIS with pleomorphic or pleomorph LCIS. But on the pathology report after the surgery, it said only classical ILC and LCIS in all the 20. I think they said that they parted it in 22 pieces. The margins were very, very close, 0.5 and 1 millimeter, and there were no lymph node involvement. But they found 2. So these things, when I learned that it was very narrow and that they only found 2 lymph nodes, that made me a little scared, I would say that. And then I was diagnosed with osteoporosis in 2020. And maybe some of you saw me here in Utrecht 2 years ago. Then I had broken my foot. I broke my ankle just a month and a half ago, and I got off the, whatever I call it. It was a stable fracture, but I had to wear something for 5 weeks. And I broke a toe this winter. So that also makes me a little, what's going on in my body? And I'm an active person. I love to ski. I love to be outside. I love to bike. I do lots of things. Go in the mountains, I've been a year on tamoxifen because I was premenopausal at the time of diagnosis. And when I had my 5-year follow-up just shortly, I had been 4 years on letrozole Femara, and then now they've told me we're planning 1 more year of Femara. But the thing is, will it make my bones even more fragile? That scares me, because then I might not be able to go downhill skiing or whatever I want to do. I get Someta 2 times a year. I've had that since 2020, so I have 1 more year of Someta. And I understand that in Norway, some patients are given that 4 times a year now, but for a shorter time. So my question is, since it grows as a spider web, and it was in many small tumors, and then LCIS, what are the surgical challenges? Did we get it all? And the narrow margins? Could it be something hiding? Could it be something coming back underneath the what is it called? The silicone implant or something? And then this, in Norway, I didn't get any prognostic testing. The only test I did was the KS67. The prognostic test of Prosigna was in a trial. It was given to every patient a little later that year. The Oncotype test was just approved in Norway 26th of August this year. So I know patients, and we have also we have a researcher here in Norway who is working on the Prosigna test. But that really, and I know that scares some patients around Europe that I meet, that we can't really get any prognostic tests. And I even asked, could I get a part of my breast and send it to somewhere in the US? I told them, is it possible? And then they were, no, we have never heard that question. It's out of the question. You are fine. We didn't see any spreads. So I guess many patients may wonder, is it possible just to get a piece of the tumor and send it somewhere? Yeah. And then the pleomorphic. If there is pleomorphic LCIS in a biopsy, is that hidden once you get the full pathology report? Is there a question, or is it just not there? And are there any liquid biopsies that could be of use for us? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So now it's Rian.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Tone, for your history and challenges. I'm Rian. I had my diagnosis in 2011, and I'm coming from the Netherlands, and there was nothing on internet, totally nothing, no protocols, and I am a person who wants to know what's happened to me, so I would be rather know what's happening to me, then I don't know it. So I was searching on the internet a lot of time, could not find things. I have several years tried to contact with hospitals, clinicians, to off lobular in trials, etc. I shall tell something more about my history, so there was no information. I had made my own plan, and I had a lumpectomy, and I want that moment a mastectomy, but they took with me, they say, no mastectomy, you must do a lumpectomy, and I found it a little bit a pity that I was took out of my own plan. So I was starting and read every time more about it, and I asked my pathology report, and I saw in it I had also LCIS, and that was for me a surprise. And I read this, that I had a 100% hormone positive tumor, and my diagnosis was also very strange. I had a strange feeling about myself. I wasn't thinking about breast cancer, but I go to the doctor, and I had I was lucky that he sent me to the hospital. I got a mammography. There was nothing to see about it, but I was also lucky that the radiologist offered me an ultrasound. And so I had a tumor from 5 by 4 by 3.5, and my own feelings are coming out that it was true. There was something wrong in my body. So I've got 33 radiations treatment, chemotherapy, and almost 12.5 years I have anti-hormone therapy, and I just stopped 3 weeks ago. So I hope I've been the lucky women that don't have hot flushes anymore. but I don't, no, yeah, that's it. I have questions, and there are a lot of women who have hormone therapy, and we want to know what drugs can be used before and after the menopause. That's always different in the Netherlands. It depends on which hospital you are. I got my own treatment. The women in the Netherlands got 5 years, 2.5 tamoxifen, and 2.5 years anastrozole or letrozole. I have, on my advice from a second opinion, took longer this treatment, and that's a very important question for women. Also, during the time, 5, 7, 10 years or longer, what is the best treatment plan for us? So always there is much yes, how can I mention it? Difference between the pre and post-menopausal patients. What is the best treatment to do for that? And are the tests for extended adjuvant therapy for lobular breast cancer patients? That would be nice. And adjuvant treatment, Someta, or other bone strengthening medication, what is there the best treatment? And we heard different stories about the treatment of Someta with our context as ILBCE advocates. Now, and for the follow-up, that would we like to know, what should we as patients look out for in case of recurrence of lobular? And what type of symptoms and type imaging, etc., are recommended? I give it to you.
Thank you, Ryan. As Laurie mentioned, my name is Julia Levine, and I was diagnosed in 2013 with de novo metastatic ILC with a 7-centimeter mass in my breast and metastasis in my bones. I did have 3 lumpectomies over the course of 6 years because they couldn't clear the margins the first 2 times. All of them were larger than appeared on imaging, and they were multifocal, meaning more tumors than was seen. And because I didn't get clear margins on the first and second ones, I finally got an oncoplastic lumpectomy, which did clear the margins, and part of that was due to Dr. Rita Mukhtar's research on oncoplastic surgery being useful in lobular breast cancer. So, third time's the charm. I was finally able to do radiation to the breast, lymph nodes, and 2 spots in the bones. I realize now this is a controversial topic in de novo breast cancer because new research has come out since I was diagnosed. However, I have been 11.5-year survivor, so my point of view is maybe it was a good thing for me. In terms of treatment, I'm currently on my 6th line of treatment. My first line was Arimidex to shrink the tumor before I could have my surgery. Then I went to Ibrance Faslodex, then Xeloda, which is an oral chemo. I did a clinical trial at UCLA, ARV-471. I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but it is on fast track to be, it's called a PROTAC inhibitor, which kind of similar to a oral SERD. I don't know, it attacks a protein. It didn't work for me, unfortunately, but it does have had, I think, well, good enough for the FDA to approve it. And I tried Afinitor and Letrozole, which wasn't fun. It gave me pneumonitis, and currently I am on a new drug that was just last December approved by the FDA called TrueCap, or capivasertib. I did learn how to pronounce that one. And next slide, please. In terms of different tests and studies I've done, I do tumor marker tests. They have been fairly reliable for me. I'm able to do all three. I realize that it's not available for everybody in every country, and even in the US, many people don't use them to rely on. Many oncologists don't use them. Anyway, for me it's helpful. I have had tumor and liquid biopsies at each progression to test for new mutations, and I have taken part in a couple of studies. One was the Memorial Sloan Kettering impact study, which does a next generation DNA sequencing that further downstream actually found that I only have one RB1 allele remaining, which I have that in one of my challenges, but meaning that I have an RB1 mutation that means I cannot, I'm probably resistant to any more CDK4/6 inhibitors, and that was a result of IBRANCE. So my challenges initially were all the surgeries, whether to get them or not. I have several second opinions about that. And the RB1 mutation, because what I just said about it, I don't have to repeat that. And recently, over the past year, I started having anemia, heart racing, fatigue. Nobody said, what it could be. There was no mention, nobody said, oh, you have, your anemia is too bad, until I finally had 2 blood transfusions. And then I had a bone marrow biopsy that was unsuccessful, but my tumor markers were super high, and I'm lucky enough to have a lobular expert that I see every several months who suggested that or was absolutely sure after I had my second blood transfusion that I do have bone marrow metastases, and that's when I switched to the capivasertib. And also, it did, even though it was on the scans, the radiologist did not see it or note it. And so I've had it for almost a year and had, a lot of unnecessary suffering until my lobular specialist actually showed me the scans and said that, yes, they do exist, and I know now exactly how to read them. But I found that most radiologists, and I live in a large city in Los Angeles, don't know how to read them, which is really sad. So next slide, please. So in terms of metastatic patient challenges, these are the top 5. I did survey many metastatic patients. One is a question about whether to have surgery if you're de novo metastatic. Still controversies about that. There's challenges in clinical trials because, as we know, many patients with metastatic disease, their disease cannot be seen on imaging in many areas, and so it's considered unmeasurable. And because of the RECIST criteria, many metastatic patients don't qualify for clinical trials. Also, what drugs work in lobular? We don't know. I mean, do they work the same as in ductal? There are very limited studies on this. So we're always like guinea pigs, is this going to work in us or not? We need more studies. Okay, my time's up. Importance of genomic testing, timing and availability, use of tumor markers, and missed symptoms resulting in misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis, like in my case, and happens a lot in GI metastasis, and then questions about differences in treatment for HER2 positive, triple negative, and pleomorphic metastatic ILC. Thank you.
All right. By now we should have been done with the second presentation, so we're very late. So because of that, I'm going to keep my introduction short. But it's an honor to be sharing the podium with 2 of my colleagues over here. We're going to start first with the first lecture by a dear colleague, Dr. Rita Mukhtar, who is an associate professor at the University of California, San Francisco. And she also leads the clinical and translational research on ILC in her institution. And over the past few years, she's been a mammoth in publishing a lot of important and essential work to better understand the ILC that we are using to open future prospective studies. Dr. Rita Mukhtar is going to be talking about local regional management of lobular breast cancer.
Okay, hello everybody. Let me get myself situated here. Yeah, I can see it, thank you. So the way that we've organized this is we had several meetings where we, the clinicians and advocates, we discussed common questions that come up for patients in both the early stage and stage 4 setting. You heard many of those questions here, and we're going to try and discuss the answers, if you will, to some of those questions. We might not get to everything, and so certainly I think if we have time for discussion afterwards to focus more on things that Philippe and I don't cover, that would be great. But I was going to start by talking about kind of a standard pathology report. So after surgery, a patient will usually meet with their medical oncologist or surgeon and go over the pathology report. And so we'll just talk about what are the standard components and in general, what do they mean. I'll talk about some of the data on surgical margins in lobular breast cancer, the role of oncoplastic surgery and shave margins, and then we'll touch on what's called primary site surgery for stage 4 lobular breast cancer, or doing surgery to remove the tumor in metastatic disease. And then I'll show you some data on clinical trial enrollment that I think is important. So for the surgical pathology report, this is a typical report that one might get. You'll usually have a summary, so the status of the lymph nodes. So this patient had 2 sentinel lymph nodes that were removed, or I think, sorry, I can't quite read it, I guess 1, and so it was a negative sentinel lymph node. They had a partial mastectomy that was localized with something called a magnetic seed. This showed that the size of the tumor was 2.4 centimeters, and then there's this statement from the pathologist that says no ink on tumor, so we'll talk about that. And then mixed in with the invasive cancer was also something called lobular carcinoma in situ, or classic type, and we'll talk about that. The pathologist saw biopsy site changes from the previous needle biopsy that the patient had had before they actually went to surgery, so the pathologist can actually see that in the tissue. And then the Ki-67 is reported, and this is a proliferation marker telling you how fast the tumor is growing. And a very fast growing tumor might be 60, 70, 80%. It's ideal to be under 10%. Lobular breast cancer tends to be a little bit on the lower range. And then that's often reported with the receptors, the ER, PR, and HER2 that I think you're familiar with. And then the pathologist will usually give more details on what they call their synoptic comment, where they'll go through and talk about how they're calculating grade. And we'll focus a little bit on grade and what parts of grade are important for lobular breast cancer, but grade has 3 parts of it. So the pathologist is looking at whether the tumor cells are forming normal ductal type structures. They're looking at the mitoses, or whether there's cell division happening. And then they're also looking at how the nucleus looks. How close to normal does the nucleus look? And so if a cell looks closer to normal, that's going to be lower grade, and farther from normal is going to be higher grade. And in general, that corresponds with sort of aggressiveness of the tumor. And then we'll get the margin width and also whether there are any other findings at the margin. So in this patient, the margins were negative. The closest one, I think, was 1 millimeter. And one of the margins did have classic LCIS at the margin. So an important concept is tumor stage versus tumor grade. So stage is telling you how big is the tumor and has it spread anywhere in the body. So it's really an anatomic designation. And there are 3 parts of stage, so they call it T, N, and M. So T stands for the size of the tumor in the breast, N stands for the number of positive axillary lymph nodes, and M is whether or not there is any evidence that there is disease in a different organ of the body. Different clinicians will sometimes use the word metastatic differently, and it's important to just understand that. Oftentimes on pathology and imaging reports, you'll see the phrase that there is a tumor that is metastatic to the axillary lymph node, but that doesn't mean metastatic as in stage 4. It means that tumor has left the breast, but for this T and M staging system, the metastasis is referring to tumor in a different organ, so outside of the breast and regional lymph nodes. Grade is different than stage. So grade is talking about the characteristics of the tumor cell. So how close to normal does the cell look? So you could have what we would say a quote unquote non-aggressive tumor and might have low grade, but if given enough time to grow, maybe undetected by imaging, it could reach a very high stage. On the other hand, you could have a very fast-growing tumor, but if it's detected early, it might be a very early stage. So the two things are not the same. The vast majority of lobular breast cancer is grade 2, often has a lower mitotic count, and this is reflected in the lower Ki67 that is seen. But this concept of pleomorphic ILC was mentioned, and pleomorphic ILC, this really could be described best by a pathologist, but to simplify the way that it's diagnosed, they're essentially looking at the nucleus of the cells. And if the cells have a very abnormal appearance, what they'll call nuclear pleomorphism, then they will call that pleomorphic ILC. And pleomorphic ILC is known to have a higher risk of recurrence and generally is associated with other features that go with increased risk of recurrence. So these are the lobulars that tend to be ER negative, sometimes HER2 positive, and tend to have higher grade. We wanted to know whether or not a specific part of the tumor grade is actually contributing most to the increased risk of recurrence in these tumors. And so this is some data from a paper looking at the different components of grade and focusing in on the mitotic score. So that's one of the 3 components of the grading system. And when we looked at patients with lobular breast cancer, early stage, so stage 1 through 3, who were treated, we saw that you could actually look at their mitotic score and see the risk of recurrence. I will point out that the numbers get very, very small, so we have to always keep that in mind when we're looking at single institution retrospective data like these. But this is telling us that mitotic score may be an important prognostic indicator in lobular breast cancer. And then the graph on the right is looking at just the patients with pleomorphic lobular breast cancer. And even within those with pleomorphic lobular breast cancer, having a higher mitotic score was associated with a much higher risk of having an earlier recurrence. And so the 2 lines, the top line is the pleomorphic cases that did not have a high mitotic score. The bottom line is the patients with pleomorphic lobular cancer who did have a elevated mitotic score. So that may be something important to focus on when we are looking at the subset of people who are diagnosed not with classic lobular cancer, but with pleomorphic lobular breast cancer. Now, margins for lobular breast cancer, so we'll sort of move to this topic. So for breast cancer in general, all types of breast cancer, there are guidelines in the United States. I'm not totally sure. I think the same guidelines are followed in Europe, but not totally sure. In the United States, we follow guidelines from the Society of Surgical Oncology and the American Society for Radiation Oncology. And these guidelines came from a very large retrospective study that was done in 2014, where they looked at margin width and risk of recurrence. And they looked at over 28,000 patients to come up with these data. And what they found is that as long as there's no invasive or in situ cancer at the edge of the tumor, those patients had the same risk of recurrence as patients who had a wider margin than that. So no ink on tumor. Where does this come from? So when the surgeon takes out the tumor, hopefully it has a rim of normal tissue around it, it gets sent to the pathologist. The pathologist actually will put ink or paint on the tissue, so they'll paint it different colors. Then they slice that up, and then from each slice, they take a little piece, and then they embed it in a paraffin wax block, and then they cut slices from it, or slides, and then they look at those slides under the microscope. And by the time all of that processing is done, it's actually kind of hard to keep track of where that tiny piece of tumor came from. But if the pathologist sees that there is some blue ink and it's touching a tumor cell, they know that the ink, they only put it on the outside of the tissue specimen. And so that means that there's ink on tumor, and that means that the surgeon may have cut through tumor and theoretically may have left some tumor cells behind in the person's body. So this phrase, ink on tumor, is referring to that phenomenon. And what our current guidelines say is that as long as you don't have ink on tumor, the risk of recurrence is no different than if you have a wider margin. And this is a paper from Memorial Sloan Kettering that is looking at the rates of additional surgery in patients with lobular breast cancer before and after implementation of these guidelines. And so the blue bar is how many patients with lobular breast cancer had to go back to the operating room for a second surgery. And then that dashed line is when these guidelines were introduced, so the year after 2014. And you can see that implementation of these guidelines has dramatically reduced the need for second surgeries for patients with lobular breast cancer. The question is this safe to apply these margin guidelines to patients with lobular cancer? I'll say that most people think that it is safe, and this is currently the standard of care, but it is important to note that in that meta-analysis that led to these guidelines, fewer than 10% of the patients who contributed data to that actually had lobular breast cancer. There have been some small studies that have tried to look at lobular breast cancer specifically, but there's very few studies where you can directly ask the question, is no tumor on ink safe for lobular cancer? There are some small studies showing that narrow margins is safe for lobular breast cancer. So I think the conclusion is that this is the current standard of care. The data supporting it in lobular cancer specifically are somewhat sparse. I do think that this is probably why radiation is important for patients with lobular breast cancer. So some people who have breast cancer and do a lumpectomy, it may be totally safe for them to skip the radiation. But many of the studies that are looking at the safety of that won't actually allow patients with lobular breast cancer to enroll because of this issue of the multifocality of the tumors and the possibility that there may in fact be scattered tumor cells beyond the edge of what we think is a negative margin. One thing that surgeons can do in the operating room to reduce the chance of having positive margins, because this is a big problem for people with lobular breast cancer, is they can take what are called shave margins. So this diagram here is demonstrating what shave margins are. So in the center, you'll have the main lumpectomy specimen, and then surrounding it, the surgeon can go back and remove additional pieces of tissue and then designate these so that the pathologist knows where it came from. So this would be the new superior margin, the new anterior margin, inferior margin, etc. Taking shave margins is essentially doing the re-excision at the time of the first surgery, as opposed to just doing the lumpectomy, waiting to get the final pathology report, and then in 20-30% of people with lobular breast cancer, finding out that you have to go back to the operating room and remove more tissue. So people have looked at whether or not taking shave margins impacts the cosmetic result of the operation. It does not seem to impact the cosmetic result in any way that really matters to patients. And if it's combined with what's called oncoplastic surgery, then it actually really reduces the chance of a person having to go back for a second operation. And oncoplastic surgery is when additional breast tissue is removed and then the remaining breast tissue is moved to reshape the breast, oftentimes leading to a slightly smaller or lifted breast, but allowing the breast surgeon to remove more tissue. And this can be done by a breast surgeon or could be done by a breast and plastic surgeon. Where I work, we usually have a breast and plastic surgeon working together. It really just depends on the training and the practice patterns of that particular surgeon. So moving on to lobular carcinoma in situ. So lobular carcinoma in situ is LCIS, and this is abnormal cells that look like carcinoma cells that are confined to the lobules of the breast, so they have not invaded into the stroma or connective tissue of the breast. So LCIS, when it is found, this is an indicator that that person has an increased chance of developing breast cancer. The issue is that increased risk is in both breasts. So someone might have LCIS found in their left breast. You might remove that LCIS, but they may in the future develop breast cancer in their right breast. So removing LCIS doesn't actually reduce the risk of breast cancer. So that is, I think, a very important point. It's also important to mention that I'm currently talking about people who only have LCIS. We're not talking about the mix of invasive plus LCIS. So if you only have LCIS, this is an indicator that the patient's overall risk for developing breast cancer is elevated, and in a situation where someone has high risk, this is where you want to consider risk reduction. So could you take hormone blocking medication to reduce the overall risk? Are there any lifestyle interventions that could be made for that particular person that might reduce the risk of developing breast cancer? And finally, we probably want to do high risk screening, and so this is where breast MRI can be added to mammogram for screening for people who have elevated risk of developing breast cancer. But sometimes the LCIS is not just your typical LCIS. Sometimes it also looks abnormal, just like we talked about the nucleus of an invasive cancer can look very abnormal. You can also have a very irregular looking LCIS, and the pathologist may refer to this as pleomorphic or florid LCIS. And if there is an abnormal type of LCIS that's found, that can be a sign that right next to it is invasive cancer, and the needle biopsy might have missed the invasive cancer just by chance. So for pleomorphic or florid LCIS, that is something where oftentimes a surgeon will recommend doing an excisional biopsy, meaning going to the operating room and removing a larger portion of tissue just to make sure that an invasive cancer was not missed. Now, when someone has invasive breast cancer, sometimes there is also some LCIS that is mixed in with it. And when we look at margins, there are data showing that having classic or non-classic LCIS at the margin is not associated with increased risk of recurrence, so you don't have to go back to the operating room for that. And there's actually some data from Dr. Moabi showing that patients who have invasive lobular with concurrent LCIS mixed in is a sign that that person will hopefully have a lower risk of recurrence. So it may actually be a good prognostic indicator to have some LCIS concurrently with invasive lobular carcinoma. And then finally, we'll talk about primary site surgery for patients with stage 4 breast cancer. So this is definitely a controversial area. There have been many studies looking retrospectively at patients who have stage 4 breast cancer and had the primary tumor removed, and then comparing them to patients with stage 4 breast cancer who did not have the primary tumor removed. And in all of those retrospective studies, meaning you're looking after the fact, you're looking back at people who, for whatever reason, decided to have surgery or not, those studies generally show a pretty big difference in overall survival length. So the people who had surgery lived longer than people who did not have surgery. The trouble with these retrospective studies is that there is a really significant selection bias. So it's usually people who have a better prognosis in general who are going to either be recommended to have surgery or who may choose to have surgery. So it's very hard to disentangle whether the people who had surgery were going to live longer anyway, and maybe the surgery itself is not the reason that they lived longer. There have been some clinical trials that have looked at this question. The clinical trials have not really answered the question, although I would say most people now think that it's probably not beneficial for the majority of patients with stage 4 breast cancer to do surgery. One of the trials that was reported several years ago was a trial that was conducted in Turkey called MF0701. This is a trial where patients with stage 4 breast cancer were randomized to having surgery or not. And in this trial, they did show that patients who had surgery did have an improvement in their overall survival. But this study was criticized for a few reasons. So it ended up that they had pretty unbalanced randomization, which means that probably they intended to randomize, but for some reason, maybe the randomization didn't go. Maybe there was some selection bias at play, even in that prospective study. It's also been criticized because the study ended early due to low recruitment. So others have conducted different studies. There was one that was done in the United States that recently reported. This was E2108. In this prospective study where people were randomly assigned to having surgery or not of the primary tumor, unfortunately there was no advantage in terms of overall survival if you remove the tumor, but there was a benefit in terms of local regional control. So some people with stage 4 breast cancer, the tumor in their breast will continue to grow and may cause problems. So removing it is a way to prevent that. So I think that the primary site surgery question is a difficult one. People have tried to develop predictors of who might benefit from primary site surgery. So this is a paper where they looked at the SEER database and they developed a nomogram where based on the factors here, you can give someone a certain number of points. And then the lower the points, the higher the probability that removing the tumor will improve your overall survival. And so you can see that some of the factors are people who have stage 4 cancer and are younger than 60, lower grade, smaller primary tumor, did not have liver metastasis, having hormone receptor positive disease. They looked at marital status for whatever reason, that came out as a factor. And all of these things would suggest that you might be able to identify a particular group of people where primary site surgery actually makes sense. So my own group tried to also address this question and see, well, if you look at patients with metastatic lobular cancer who often are hormone receptor positive and often maybe have bone metastases only and do not have liver metastases, is there a difference in the benefit of primary site surgery for people with lobular versus ductal? And what we found is that if you look at the two top lines, the green and the red, these are the patients who had primary site surgery. The two bottom lines, the orange and the blue, are the patients who did not have primary site surgery. And then this is looking at overall survival. And there is this big difference that many, many people have reported where doing the primary site surgery is associated with longer overall survival, but again, that's very subject to selection bias, so we're not saying that this is a true effect here. But when you look at ductal versus lobular, we did not see a significant difference or benefit of doing primary site surgery based on histology. Interestingly, one of the things that we found in this study is that metastatic lobular breast cancer patients were less likely to receive surgery. It was a small difference. They were also less likely to receive chemotherapy and less likely to receive radiation. So we do see these disparities in the way that patients are treated, and I think it really highlights the need for better understanding of lobular breast cancer and making sure that people with lobular breast cancer are included in trials. And then that leads to my final slide, which is this question of clinical trial enrollment. And some of you may have seen this before because I think I shared it at the last meeting. But this is showing clinical trial enrollment rates for patients with lobular breast cancer by stage. And on the left side, this is looking at my own institution of all of the people who we saw with breast cancer. About 15% had lobular histology, and of all of the people in our clinical trials, about 14% had lobular histology. So for stage 1 through 3, people that were being treated were represented kind of, I guess, appropriately or proportionately in trials. But when we looked at our stage 4 patients, we saw that of our stage 4 patients, 18% had lobular, but of our stage 4 patients in trials, only 9% had lobular. So this is a really big difference, and there's data from others, people who are here in the audience, that also show that lobular breast cancer patients are underrepresented in clinical trials. So part of the importance of studying this disease, and only with more enrollment in trials and more lobular-focused research will we be able to answer some of the questions that you guys raised. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are way into the third session, but we still have one presentation, so please keep your question till the end if we have a session for question. But it's a pleasure for me to present our next speaker, Dr. Philippe Aftimos from the Institut Jules Bordet. He's a medical oncologist and a clinical trial development leader. I've been following Dr. Philippe for a while on Twitter, and I can tell you he's very passionate about precision medicine. So I'm very excited about his talk. And it's going to be about systemic treatment of lobular breast cancer.
Okay. Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. So, good afternoon, everybody. So as Rita said, my presentation is going to be like an organized presentation. It's just slides towards the questions that were asked to try to answer most of the questions that you received earlier, and thank you for the questions. So one question that's very important, what about chemotherapy and invasive lobular carcinoma? And I believe this question comes in early stage disease. Do we treat patients with invasive lobular carcinoma with adjuvant chemotherapy? To date, we need to follow the guidelines, and the consensus conference at St. Gallen actually tells us that for hormone receptor positive, HER2 negative disease, NST or lobular, we would need to follow the randomized phase 3 studies that studied gene expression profiling. So when you look at these studies, what's important to see if a patient might benefit from adjuvant chemotherapy is the biology of the disease. So we've heard luminal A or luminal B, luminal A being milder disease, but also the stage of disease, when you have a larger tumor or many involved lymph nodes. So Responder and TAILOR-X use Oncotype DX. So there was a question regarding what gene expression profiling test we should use. Well, there are phase 3 studies with different gene expression profiling tests. They were not compared. So my advice would be to use what is available. In Belgium, we have MammaPrint and Oncotype. We don't have access to the others. And we have restrictive reimbursement for them. So we really need to be in the conditions of the clinical trials. For Responder, for example, so this was a study for patients that had up to 3 positive lymph nodes. Because initially, all patients with positive, most patients with positive lymph nodes would receive chemotherapy. So what Responder showed is that when your recurrence score is low with Oncotype DX and that you are postmenopausal, you don't need chemotherapy. For patients that were premenopausal, and that was a third of the patients in the Responder study, even though the recurrence score was low, there was still a 5% difference in invasive disease-free survival if you did not receive chemotherapy. So again, the main message here is we look at stage and we look at biology, but also clinical factors such as age and menopausal status. Now, do we have data specifically on lobular cancer? Some data are available, and I show you here results from the MIND. So this is an exploratory study from MINDACT. So MINDACT, this is the phase 3 study that tested the MammaPrint gene expression profiling test. And you see that when you compare lobular to NST, the MammaPrint test works in the same way. So what about endocrine therapy? There was a question about pre and post menopausal. We have multiple endocrine therapies that we can use in the clinic, but only 2 classes are currently approved in the adjuvant setting. Either the SERMs like tamoxifen, so selective estrogen receptor modulators, and the aromatase inhibitors. They work differently. So tamoxifen is going to work on the estrogen receptor. It's not going to decrease the production of estrogens, and thus it can be used in pre and post menopausal breast cancer. Aromatase inhibitors are going to inhibit the aromatase, meaning this is an enzyme that transforms androgens to estrogens. So if you have ovaries that are producing estrogens, your aromatase inhibitors are not going to work. So historically, that was a treatment for patients that were postmenopausal. Now we can combine aromatase inhibitors with ovarian suppression, and that way you can use them in premenopausal patients, but this will give a lot of side effects. So depending on the risk, we might choose aromatase inhibitors and ovarian suppression in premenopausal patients, and those patients would be very young, would need chemotherapy because of a high-risk disease. Regarding duration, studies were 0 versus 2. 2 was better than 0, 5 was better than 2, and then 10 years was better than 5. But we need to look at the adverse events that could occur and on the protection that you get. So this table summarizes, well, we don't have time to go through all the studies, but we'll summarize all these extended studies. And in a nutshell, 10 is better than 5 for patients with high-risk disease, and most of the time this is node-positive disease. And when we look at 8 versus 10, many studies will tell you that extended up to 8 is probably enough. And this is to show that where you get the advantage of extended therapy, and this is mainly in node-positive. Now, when you extend, you have more adverse events. And we've spoken about bone health today. So just adding 3 years of therapy, even though the patient does not have side effects, could have could cause some problems like bone fractures and osteoporosis. So really, we need to balance the benefit with the risk of extending therapy. Now, what about zoledronic acid, which is called Zometa? So we got this question there. So Zometa was developed for osteoporosis, at least zoledronic acid. And aromatase inhibitors can give osteoporosis. So sometimes we need to give bisphosphonates to avoid osteoporosis. However, there's also the theory about soil and seed. So in hormone receptor positive breast cancer, the most frequent site of metastasis is the bone. So the hypothesis was, if we modify the skeleton and make it inhabitable for tumor cells, we might reduce the risk of metastasis. And this is why we had multiple studies testing adjuvant zoledronic acid, even in the absence of bone mets, in the absence of osteoporosis, just a strategy to reduce the risk of relapse. So we've heard that there are actually there are patients getting different regimens. Why is that? Because many studies were performed and not all have used the same regimen. Sometimes it was every 3 months, sometimes it was every 6 months, sometimes it was for 3 years, sometimes it was 5 years. Some of the studies were positive and some of the studies were negative. And for these reasons, this strategy is not approved actually in Belgium and probably in other countries in Europe until a meta-analysis was performed. So this meta-analysis took the data from all these studies and showed that actually you can reduce the risk of relapse, specifically bone metastasis in patients that were menopausal and in patients that had positive lymph nodes. So many physicians in many countries starting to use zoledronic acid following these data. However, we all use a different regimen because there was not one study that showed that this was the best regimen. So personally, and many physicians in my institution, we use zoledronic acid in patients that are menopausal, node positive, every 6 months for 3 years. So this is 6 times in total. So this is to show you that we really see the benefit in node positive and postmenopausal. So regarding extended therapy, so do we have tools to see what patient needs extended therapy beyond positive lymph nodes? So one of the gene expression profiling tests is the breast cancer index. Many studies were published showing that using this test, you can identify patients in need of extended therapy. And in this study in the Journal of the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, you see that this test actually sways the opinion of the oncologist in seeing if you want to extend or not the therapy. We also have a calculator called the CTS5, where you will put the tumor size, the node, the age, and the number of involved lymph nodes, and will give you a score of late relapse. And then you know if you need to use extended adjuvant therapy. So moving to the metastatic treatment challenges. Rita spoke about clinical trial enrollment, and many patients with lobar breast cancer cannot enter clinical trials because of RECIST 1.1. So RECIST 1.1 are criteria developed by radiologists in order to use the same metrics to evaluate disease response. And baseline, you would need to identify target lesions. And target lesions are lesions in organs that are more than 1 centimeter. And when those are lymph nodes, it's 15 millimeters, the short axis. So patients with lobular breast cancer that is metastatic can have peritoneal carcinomatosis, infiltration of the urethra, and these lesions are not measurable. Most of the bone lesions are not measurable. So for a bone lesion to be measurable, it must invade the soft tissue and be measurable on 1 centimeter. So when you have clinical trials that have RECIST as an eligibility criterion, patients with lobular breast cancer most often cannot enter these studies. Now, how to move forward? So many studies now are using different endpoints and also different criteria. So measurable is when you have this 1 centimeter lesion. Non-measurable is when you have non-target lesions. That can be evaluable. So adding this wording in your protocol, evaluable disease, would allow more patients to get in. Now, will that impact the endpoint of the study? possibly when you're measuring objective response rate. So many phase 2 studies have an endpoint which is objective response rate. And how do you calculate that? So an objective response is when the tumor shrinks by at least 30%. And for that, you need to have a measurable lesion of 1 centimeter. However, in these phase 2 studies, us as investigators can adopt another endpoint, which is the clinical benefit rate. Clinical benefit rate is stable disease for at least, well, you can set that, but it's usually 3 months or 4 months. And when you have this endpoint, this removes the objective response rate endpoint, and then patients with non-measurable disease can enter. And then in many studies that are phase 3, when the endpoints are progression-free survival or overall survival, then it's not a problem not to have measurable disease. So when designing clinical trials, we need really to ask the question, are our criteria excluding patients? And if yes, then we need to do better. And how to move forward on imaging in clinical studies. So this is not my topic, but we've discussed today FDG PET earlier. So some patients with lobular cancer do not have identifiable disease using FDG PET. FAST PET, which is PET imaging that is mapping the estrogen receptor, can be of importance there, and then also the whole body MRI. Now, FAST PET was used, you see this image from a phase 1 clinical trial, as a pharmacodynamic biomarker when we were developing endocrine therapies. We would give the endocrine therapy, and if we don't have a signal anymore, this means that our therapy is saturating the receptor and that we have finally found the dose we want to expand further. But it can also predict what patients are going to respond to endocrine therapy. And this study that was published recently in Annals of Oncology, it's an old study because patients with metastatic disease only received single-agent endocrine therapy in the metastatic setting. So when the uptake was high with FAST-PET, patients would live longer on endocrine therapy. When the uptake was low, then they needed chemotherapy. So this could be a test to implement in our clinic to identify patients for further endocrine therapies. Now, regarding precision medicine, I'm going to go quickly on that. So it was until 1990 that we've discovered, I think it's in the next slide, maybe, I'm sorry. Yeah, so in 1990, it was the first evidence of a cancer gene in breast cancer, but it was a long embryogenesis. And then in 2001, 2 back-to-back papers mapped the human genome. And then the cost of sequencing went down, and we had precision medicine. Precision medicine, looking at the mutations in the tumor and adapting your therapy. This can be predicting response. So if it's an oncogene and you can target it, then you choose the therapy. But it can also be a mechanism of resistance and not just giving a treatment that will not work. What type of biomarker tests we have in the clinic? So we've moved these recent years from single gene analysis, we're looking at one gene, to multiplexing. So using tests that can give you information on multiple genes at the same time. So just a map to show you that actually precision medicine is not personalized therapy. It's not a therapy for one patient, but for a group of patients, because these patients would have the same alterations in the genes. And there are genes that are recurrently mutated in breast cancer, such as PIK3CA or others. And you can see that they can be clustered in the different subtypes, luminal versus triple negative or HER2 positive. Now, many of these mutations are going to be truncal, meaning they are in the primary tumor, but some are going to be adaptation mechanisms, so mechanisms of resistance to the therapies that we give in the clinic. So we've heard the SR1, so these are mutations in the estrogen receptor. We usually don't find them in the primary. We are going to find them in tumors of patients that received endocrine therapy, and this is a mechanism of resistance. So briefly on the Aurora program that we have running in Europe, but also in the US, it's a molecular profiling study where we collect primary tumors and metastatic tumors. Those are biopsies, but we also collect liquid samples, and we follow patients using liquid biopsies, and we collect clinical information. And one of the objectives of the study is to understand metastatic disease, but another objective is to try to identify alterations that we can target. And this is now an outdated slide from 2000, so it's from 2021, but the data are from 2018. We have now many more targets. So in Europe, we have a scale developed by ESMO called SCAT, which gives you levels of evidence for the targets. So level 1 would be the target that is FDA approved. Level 2, this is a high level also of a target of high level, and then lower levels are experimental. And what we've shown is that actually more than 50% of patients with metastatic breast cancer have at least one level 1 or level 2 target, meaning that, well, I advocate for next generation sequencing on all patients with metastatic breast cancer in order to identify these targets. However, in 2018, only a minority of our patients were treated with targeted therapy because of their availability. So this gets us to the treatment algorithm today for an hormone receptor positive disease. And why are we speaking about lobular? Because it's mostly hormone receptor positive. You have targeted therapies that have been approved on biomarkers from phase 3 clinical trials. So ESR1, you can use additional endocrine therapy, single agent, the oral SERDs. PIK3CA, AKT1, PTEN, you can use capivasertib, which got approved. Germline BRCA mutations, you can use PARP inhibitors. And additional targets are coming to the clinic. Now, how to identify these mutations? You can do biopsies, but you can do liquid biopsies. And I just want to show you this slide that you also have different techniques in liquid biopsies, either looking for a single mutation or unbiased using NGS. And using liquid biopsies can give you a higher prevalence or a higher chance of finding these targetable alterations. And this is a comparison between a tissue-based study and the liquid-based study. And for targets such as ESR1, you have a higher prevalence when you use liquid biopsies. And you can have confidence in your results, because these results come from SOLAR-1, the study that got alpelisib approved. When you use liquid biopsies, instead of tissue biopsies, you get the same benefit with alpelisib. So you can really have confidence in your liquid biopsy. Precisely in lobular cancer, you have some of the mutations that are enriched, that you have a higher prevalence of these mutations in lobular cancer as compared to NST. We'll have, well, I'm not going to dwell on that because Dr. Bose is going to discuss HER2 mutations tomorrow, but HER2 mutations are more prevalent in lobular than in ductal, and maybe your response to therapy is going to be different. There was a question about tumor marker versus ctDNA. This study shows that actually ctDNA is more sensitive and can allow you to detect progression before your tumor markers. And then HER2 positive and triple negative lobular breast cancer, one of the clinical questions. So HER2 positive, I think there's no question there. We are going to treat patients with HER2 positive therapy because we are improving survival there. What about triple negative invasive lobular carcinoma, and what about ER loss? So ER loss is a mechanism of resistance to endocrine therapy. However, your mutations are not going to change. And I show you, this is a study we've done with a group from Italy. It was a 2-institution study where we compared triple negative IDC, triple negative ILC, and hormone receptor positive HER2 negative. And I chose the 3 genes just to show you that actually triple negative ILC resembles more hormone receptor disease than triple negative ILC, even though survival is bad. So just moving forward, yeah, you can see here that overall survival of triple negative ILC, so the disease resembles hormone receptor positive disease, but the prognosis resembles triple negative disease. And finally, when you have triple negative invasive lobular carcinoma, it would be interesting to look for the androgen receptor, because most of these diseases are going to be to express the androgen receptors. And just to highlight, just to highlight the study that's called ABICAR, that's running in Belgium, where I've already sent 2 patients to Leuven for the study. It's a CDK4/6 inhibitor and an anti-androgen, and patients are responding on therapy. And finally, what about can we use immunotherapy in lobular breast cancer? So the Gelato study briefly shows that actually 4 patients had a partial response on atezolizumab. 3 of them had triple negative ILC. So I think this finding is important, and we need to look at the biomarker data to understand why. And I think this was my last slide.
Thank you so much. I'm going to look straight at the organizer to see if we have time for questions. All right. We don't have time for questions. Thank you so much.
Please stay seated. It's not a break. We're going to move immediately with the last session of the day. So I'll ask to the people of the Challenge 3 to take their seats and to start. And then we'll explain for the last part the guided walk, which we will shorten a bit. Okay.
Do we have our patient stories going up as our backdrop? Can we have the presentation as our
who is starting first? Because we have individual presentation.
So it would be me, Sarah, then Esther, then Andrea. So Sarah first, that's me. And then it will be Esther. And then it would, and then it would be Andrea. Yes, and then it will be Maisha. And then finishing with Christy. Good. Okay, thank you for staying with us for this last session of the day on lifestyle and psychosocial impact of lobular breast cancer. I'm delighted to be co-chairing this presentation with my colleague and fellow patient advocate, Esther. Just quickly introduce myself and then I'll let Esther introduce herself. I'm Sarah McLennan. I'm a professor of psychosocial oncology, come lobular breast cancer patient, come patient advocate for LBC UK. Esther?
Yeah, I'm Esther Geven. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a co-founder together with Rian of the Dutch Foundation for Lobular Breast Cancer. And I'm also active as a European lobular breast cancer advocate. And in my former life, I was a psychologist.
So we're a psychologist-heavy panel. And the way we're going to run this today is we are joined, absolutely delighted, by three fellow patient advocates, Maisha Gibson, Christine McKay, and Andrea Lina. And we're not going to tell stories. They're going to be shown behind. So we're going to just ask questions to actually our panel for a change, because we want to really get to the heart of what was the impact on them psychologically and their views on lifestyle. So we'll kick off then.
Yes. So Andrea, if we start with you, can we start by discussing your diagnosis, not going into the details, but we would like to hear what your medical team told you about your lobular disease, and once you knew what you found out yourself and how it made you feel. Can you explore a little bit on this?
Thank you, Esther. That's really a good question. And actually, my medical team told me straight away that it was invasive lobular breast cancer, which I have never even heard before. For me, there was just breast cancer. How stupid I was. So at the moment, I was shocked. And I think everybody can relate to that. It was just too much to process at the moment, and I didn't ask any further questions. They gave me a leaflet to take home, which was really helpful, and it explained about what are ducts, what are lobules, that 15% of all breast cancers are lobular breast cancers, and that it's mainly found in older women and harder to see on mammograms. So this pushed me to do more research on the internet. During my follow-up appointments, lobular didn't really come up again unless I asked for it. And when I asked, for example, about the pleomorphic subtype in my report, they said, "Oh, don't worry about it, we will care for it." But somehow this was too less information for me, and every time I talked to them, I felt like there's more I needed to know. So looking back, I think a clearer communication would have helped me much more to feel more informed and to have more trust in my care team. And my team was really great, but I had always the feeling they just drip-fed me information, which was maybe good at the moment, or I thought it was good, but it always left me with the feeling I had to find out things on my own, which I did then online. And every time I left one of the meetings, they asked me, "Do you have any other questions?" But how can you ask any other questions if you don't even know what you don't know? So that's a hard one. So I think improving that kind of communication would really help other patients.
Maisha, did you feel your questions about lobular breast cancer had been answered by your medical team? And what did you do if you didn't? And how did that make you feel?
Well, before I answer that question, I have to ask my question to the breast cancer survivors. If you've been diagnosed with breast cancer, please stand. If you were misdiagnosed or had a delayed diagnosis, please continue to stand. If you had a mammogram initially, continue to stand. Okay, please be seated. They asked me to come up with something else that was creative, but I think that stands for itself, right? So when I was initially diagnosed, I was misdiagnosed, and I was told that I had dense breasts. I was 36 years old at the time, and so I trusted the radiologist. I came back 6 months later. I was told the same thing. And so approximately at the age of 38, I felt a lump again, and I went to the doctor only because I had a scheduled appointment, and it was the same radiologist that told me that she saw something suspicious and wanted me to have a biopsy. So after having the biopsy, I was called in the very next day, and I was told that I had ILC. I met with my gynecologist, and when I went in to speak with her, she already had scheduled an appointment with me with an oncologist and a breast surgeon. And so she briefly explained what ILC was, and I left and I went on vacation for a couple of days. So I think at that point, it didn't matter to me whether or not it was ILC or if it was ductal carcinoma. When I came back, I met with my breast surgeon, and she was really thorough. She did a really good job. I believe we spent about 2 hours together. I mean, she drew pictures, she answered all of my questions. We went through the different types of treatment plans, and I felt that she was an advocate for me. So I personally was pleased with the care that I received.
Okay. And going back to Andrea, thank you, Maisha, for clarifying all this. But going back to Andrea, we can see, I think on the slide, or you told me you had a clear mammogram just before you got diagnosed. What impact did this have on you? And maybe while you think about your answer, you can also maybe explain a little bit how did this feeling changed your attitude or the way you want to be surveyed in the future.
That's so true, Esther. Yeah, I had a clear mammogram just 1 year before I got diagnosed. I had a clear symptomatic mammogram, and I was told I had tiny scattered cysts. So I almost dismissed all my symptoms, but my husband, he urged me to go back. I saw a new radiologist then, a very young one, a very thorough one. And while the mammogram he took came back clear again, he spotted something on the ultrasound that didn't look like cysts for him. He reassured me it didn't look sinister, he's just doing a biopsy to make sure. So when the results came back positive, I was really shocked. There were thoughts in my head like, how can it be? I've been there 2 times before, why didn't they spot it? Do they even know what they do? Didn't they take me serious? Do they think I'm too young? My initial reaction was anger and mistrust. And knowing more now, I really regret being so angry, especially toward that radiologist who had missed it twice before. Now I know it's growing differently and why it's hard to spot on a mammogram. But if somebody would have explained that to me earlier, I would have felt totally different. I would have trusted my team and my care so much more, and it would have made a big, big difference. So on the follow-up appointment, I questioned the plan about following up with mammograms alone, especially because I've got dense breasts and it was missed before. And after a long, long MTT discussion, I got approved for 10 years of follow-up MRIs. But I still ask myself, why do I have to push for this? Why do we have to push for this? Not everybody has the confidence to speak up and question what they get offered. So shouldn't there be a clear pathway for ILC where cancer is often not spotted on mammograms? It would make it so much easier for the care team to request a mammogram and consider the costs. And it would make a big, big difference for us as patients.
Christine, coming to you now. Knowing what you do about the difficulties of measuring secondary disease progression, how's this impacted on you?
Hi. I've had 4 skin recurrences of lobular, and they've all been different. I don't know whether measurement really comes into it that much, but I was never told to look for skin growth with lobular, and people with ductal breast cancer also get skin mets as well. But the first one was 2 years into treatment, and I had the works in terms of treatment. I was diagnosed with stage 3C at that time. I think it's stage 3B now, and T4, which signifies skin involvement. So right off the bat, I had skin involvement. Maybe that made the recurrences of skin mets more common. I have no idea, or it might be the mutations I have that have been identified as ERBB2 and P53. Being in Canada, it's very hard to get genomic testing unless you pay for it. There's 2 clinical trials that exist, one in Ontario and one in BC. So I felt very privileged that I was able to get that done, and not to say that it's constant, that those things will remain constant, because I may have acquired other mutations as time goes on and treatment goes on. But I was diagnosed at the same time as Julia, so it's almost 12 years now, and I feel privileged that I'm alive, really. I thought I had inflammatory breast cancer because of the skin involvement. So in a way, I was kind of relieved when it was lobular, because inflammatory, it looked more complicated in the information I read. So I know a lot about skin mets, if anybody has any questions. But I always encourage people to also keep doing skin checks under your arms, along your scar tissue. I had a met down here. Then the last one switched sides. It was just like, wow. And I developed metastases in the bone, in the sternum, that was identified in November. So I'm on another treatment at this time.
Okay, and given everything you just told us about
your local recurrences and your secondary recurrence. I mean, what support or information were you given about lobular breast cancer recurrence when you'd finished your primary treatment?
Well, when I was first diagnosed, I had mixed ductal lobular on the left side, is that right? And lobular on the right side. So I was handed 2 brochures, one with lobular and one with the ductal information from my GP. And I was triaged as someone to see quickly. So I got into the breast clinic fairly quickly, and in Canada it works that you see the oncologist, the surgeon, and the radiation oncologist all before you start doing treatment. So went through that. I didn't really know that much about lobular, and that the odds were, it was a more complicated disease. So I have learned a lot in the last 11 years.
Okay.
Oh, also I will say, I was a social worker in my job, so I did a lot of mindfulness training and compassion-focused training, yoga, and also being a social worker gave me skills in terms of advocacy that other people may, not have. So I feel those things benefited me.
And therefore skills other people may benefit from in future.
Yes. Who's next?
Well, while we're waiting for the microphone to pass, I have a final question to you, Misha. What are some of the challenges? We heard a few already, but that you have faced and more women face in getting proper diagnosis and treatment and for lobular breast cancer, and how do these differ across countries or around the world? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I would say when I think about my personal experience, physicians have to make sure that they're not just checking the box and that they're actually listening to their patients. For example, I was told, you're too young. You're 36 years old. You don't have a history. You have dense breasts. And when I really think about it, prior to me being diagnosed, I wasn't even aware of what dense breasts were. So when you're young and you don't have breast cancer, you don't know what you don't know. So also when I failed to mention this earlier, but when I spoke with my breast surgeon, she mentioned to me that I should have had a breast MRI. And I said, well, I questioned, well, why wasn't it offered to me? And she said that it wasn't the standard of care. So my question is, why isn't it the standard of care? We still haven't heard that answer. Is it the cost? Oh. The cost? I hope that's not the reason why.
But I sometimes wonder about these costs, because if you make a real business case and you look at what the costs are eventually from all the additional therapies and treatments and surgeries and because of all the late diagnosis, then you wonder, like, what is the business case?
Right.
You know?
And even if you think about it, it's more about saving our lives. Our lives is worth more than spending the money on the, I can't even think of the name. Help me out. Not the diagnosis, but yeah, you guys get it. Yeah. But I would say when you think about the different countries, they don't have the access that, some of the more forward countries like the United States and Canada, they have access to care. So I really think it has a lot to do with the type of insurance you have, if you're paying out of pocket, if you have insurance through the state. I had pretty good insurance, so I was okay there, but I think it was just they put me in a box and said, this person doesn't have breast cancer because of their age and that she has dense breasts and no family history.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're running a bit out of time, so I would like to give the word to Helen from Lobular UK to do a presentation, and go ahead.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone then for sharing their experiences with us and answering their questions. Well, here we go.
Do I just press the green triangle? Sorry, Smoke. This is very different setup to what I'm used to. I'm used to having my laptop here. Okay, fantastic. I'm really, really excited to be here. Thank you to the organisers for asking me to come and talk today. I've actually got two hats on today. As a patient who has had a lobular diagnosis, but also as an academic. I work at De Montfort University in the UK, but I'm a psychologist. There's a lot of us at the front. I'm not a clinical psychologist, so I can't give anyone any therapy, so just in case anyone comes later. And I want to look at the psychosocial impacts of lobular, and whether there's some kind of unique psychosocial impacts that we need to consider when making a case for research, and how we can advocate for better support and treatment. Like most people here at the front, I'm a patient advocate. I was diagnosed in 2019 with a grade 3 pleomorphic lobular diagnosis, and I'm one of the founders of Lobular Breast Cancer UK, which started around the time that I was in active treatment. And I'm also a health psychologist in my day job. I actually specialise in eating behaviour, but I teach a lot of health psychology, and there are a lot of kind of similar connections. So just a quick overview of what I'm going to talk about is how the biology of ILC that we've heard a lot about today, and this will be a very different talk, there won't be a lot of biology in it, might impact our psychosocial functioning. And then think about how this might relate to illness uncertainty, so feeling more uncertain about our illness and our treatment, and how that might affect health communication as well. And thinking about how, there's a lot of advocates here today, how we can help reduce this uncertainty in ILC. But I think we need to work with the clinicians and researchers to do this. So an unpopular slide for a kind of a lobular talk is to say that actually all breast cancer diagnoses have extreme psychosocial impacts. We experience a traumatic event when we're diagnosed with breast cancer, and that is common across all breast cancers. And there's a lot of research on this. It's a life-changing event. So a lot of people will experience anxiety, depression. We've talked a little bit about fear of recurrence or spread, and it is a very, very intense feeling once you feel it, as I'm sure as many people here today know. Scan anxiety, so waiting for the results of those scans and how stressful that is. Body image disturbances, I can go on. Sexual problems, social functioning problems. So a lot of people with a breast cancer diagnosis experience this. And over time, we can develop coping strategies, which I'm sure a lot of people here today have done, especially as patient advocates. You're kind of taking control of the situation by being an advocate. And then we can learn to live alongside our kind of altered bodies and minds. And resilient coping strategies. So coping strategies where we learn to live alongside stress and be proactive seem to be very, very important in good psychosocial outcomes. And post-traumatic growth can occur, and that might not feel like you want to find benefit in having a cancer diagnosis, but we can discover strengths that we didn't know we had, and skills that we didn't know we had. Not to say that any of us wouldn't swap it for not having a diagnosis, just to be clear about that. I'm going to talk very briefly about the distinct biological properties of ILC and why this might lead to a slightly different psychosocial experience. And you all know this, so we have this linear diffuse growth pattern. It tends to be lower grade, so slower growing. It tends to metastasize to different sites in the body, so we've got a slightly different type of spread. I mean, it's more likely to recur later than the more common ductal cancer. And I'm going to go through these a little bit in turn, and we can think about the kind of psychosocial impact that this might have. And we've heard a lot about this today, so I don't want to repeat it too much. But this linear diffuse pattern with no lack of E-cadherin leads to delayed diagnoses because the scanning doesn't work. And we have to, right at the beginning, there was a lot of people standing up. You have to advocate, you have to fight for a diagnosis, which is a really difficult thing to do. And there's be a lot of women who don't do that and get diagnosed at a later stage. The other thing is that tumour sizing seems to change dramatically, which gives an illusion of growth. I don't know how, so when I was first diagnosed, my tumour was 2 centimetres from biopsy, and then it suddenly changed to 7 centimetres within a matter of weeks. And if that isn't explained to you properly, there's this illusion of growth, that it feels like your tumour is kind of changing size all the time rather than it being a problem with scanning. The other problem is with this diffuse pattern, we've heard a lot about this today, it's hard to measure growth and change. So we excluded from clinical trials, which leads to a research or knowledge gap. And we have these long-term trust issues with scans and scanning. Okay, the other biological thing about lobular that's interesting psychosocially is that it tends to be lower grade. Would anyone like to put their hand up and say how that makes them feel? If they've got a lower grade ILC or you hear the word lower grade? Yeah, Claire?
You tend to feel a bit safer?
Yeah, like it's not as urgent. Yeah, so it's slower growing. And I don't know if anyone has had this experience clinically, where they're like, oh, well, I mean, my tumour was high grade, but it feels like, oh, well, it's lower grade, it's not as urgent, it's not. But actually, there's certain kind of issues with having a kind of slower growth that we often not, given chemotherapy. So there are kind of less tools to treat the kind of lower grade ILC. So in some ways, it feels like it's a good thing, but it might not necessarily be. And then this leads me to the third point, is fear of recurrence a bit different in ILC? And I would say that it is. So on the right, we've got some extracts, but people have said these things today. We carried out an interview, it's called an IPA study, based on the experience of people who had a false negative mammogram, and then they were diagnosed with lobular. And you can see some of these extracts talking about that they've got no faith in their annual angiograms, but that's what they're offered. They're more likely to expect a recurrence, or they're expecting a recurrence to be missed because it was missed the first time. So our fear of recurrence is sometimes a fear of a missed recurrence, which is a slightly different thing. So due to false negative imaging, and from writing up this paper, I've looked at the psychosocial research on false positive and false negative imaging. There is a lot of research on false positive imaging because there just is a lot more research money put into that. And you find people feel anxious after a false positive image, but then they readjust and they get on with their lives. After a false negative image, you have a you have a deep sense of mistrust, and that carries on throughout your cancer treatment. So I think it's something that we really need to look at, the kind of psychosocial cost of a false negative image. And in the UK, I don't know if this is the same in Europe, we're still offered mammograms to follow up. And as we said, if ILC is metastasizing to different sites and recurrence is occurring later, does that affect our fear of recurrence? Because we're often expecting a recurrence after active treatment has finished. So this leads to the concept of illness uncertainty. This is quite a well-known concept in health psychology. It was first proposed in 1988 by Michelle, but to all illnesses. So this is relevant to all illnesses, that if you have a high amount of uncertainty about the outcomes and treatment decisions in your illness, you experience illness uncertainty, and it's a kind of uncomfortable feeling. And if you have high uncertainty, I've got a fly going around me. It's linked to psychosocial stress, lower mood, and also lower self-care. So it has uncertainty about your treatment and the decisions, and the future is going to have an impact on how you feel in the present. And I think there's no research on this, but this is my belief, that the biology and lack of research evidence about ILC will lead to this greater illness uncertainty. And for illness uncertainty, if you look at reviews of treatments, we need good communication, relaxation techniques that Christine was talking about earlier, and good kind of tailored integrative counselling that kind of challenges and looks at some of these things. So communication's really important in uncertainty, because I think across all cancer diagnoses, there is an understandable element of uncertainty. The future is uncertain, and clinicians know that as well as patients. But communication is really important in around uncertainty. So there was a really good systematic review by Westendorp, and they found 4 harmful communication behaviours. So firstly, a lack of tailored information provision makes patients feel more unhappy, or lower mood, sorry. A lack of tailored decision making, a lack of feeling seen and heard, a lack of feeling held and remembered. And I'm guessing again that some patients with a lobular diagnosis who are going to see clinicians who don't specialise in lobular are going to feel some of these problematic communications. And we've really got to think about how we improve these in the context of ILC knowledge and biology, because we can't change the biology. The biology is a fact, but we can change how we communicate about it. So one thing we've done at Lobular Breast Cancer UK, and we'd be really happy to kind of share these and adapt these for different countries, is that we carried out co-creation focus groups. There's a poster on it tomorrow, so I don't need to talk about it too much. And they're 4 different double-sided postcards for 4 moments in treatment for primary lobular breast cancer. And on one side, we have information specific to that point in diagnosis and treatment. And then we also have questions that people can ask their team. So it acts as a support. It's like someone holding your hand in that kind of communication session. So just finishing. So there are things being developed, but I think we could do a lot better as advocates to help everyone with lobular in these kind of communications and to deal with uncertainty. So I've just done a little graph to summarise what I've talked about. So we have the biology of ILC, which leads to this knowledge gap. A lot of researchers are really trying to tackle the problem of measurement in ILC, as we've been hearing. So there's lots of fantastic things happening, but we still have this knowledge gap. And this filters into health professionals. So health professionals can only, work with the information they have. So if that information is not there, it makes it more difficult for them to communicate with their patients about this lobular diagnosis. And this can lead to frustrating health communications. I've had tens of them myself, and I've had some really fantastic communications with health professionals. So there's really evidence of good practice and not such good practice. But these frustrating health communications lead to this greater uncertainty about illness. And I think this leads to how we perceive our biology and how we perceive signs, symptoms of recurrence or spread. Just so this kind of summarises what I was talking about. Just to conclude, psychosocial issues are important, I think, in lobular, but they haven't been researched. And I think this is a really important avenue for research, because I feel we're a very committed, passionate group of advocates, and I think part of it is because lobular is an uncertain diagnosis, which makes us feel quite passionate. And these gaps in research knowledge that we all know about drive uncertainty. So some of the solutions I can think of is obviously what we're all on the same page here, that we want to advocate for ILC-specific effects, research, advocate for better ways of detecting and measuring ILC, but also this awareness in health communication. I think there's something we can do a lot more with clinicians across the world, and tailored advice and information is crucial. So, thank you.
As a health psychologist, I endorse everything you've just said. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Antonio De Meglio to close our session by talking about lifestyle and breast cancer outcomes.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antonio Di Meglio. I'm a medical oncologist and clinical researcher in the Cancer Survivorship Program at Gustave Roussy in Paris, France. And I focus mostly on patient-reported outcomes, long-term toxicities among survivors of early-stage breast cancer, trying to also develop ways that we can better predict toxicities and develop interventions to mitigate such toxicities. So over the next 15 minutes or so, I'll be going deeper into the interest of integrating lifestyle interventions across the breast cancer care continuum, particularly focusing on exercise. Okay. So these are my conflicts of interest, but I think the most important disclosure here is that all the evidence I'll be reviewing, it's not necessarily lobular breast cancer specific, which highlights a need of more research in this field to address specific issues of lobular breast cancer. So, going over the agenda, I'd like to start by reviewing the evidence linking exercise with incidence of cancer and mortality related to cancer. So when we think about the history of exercise oncology, this is a pretty long story that starts from the early 1900s with the first preclinical studies looking at models of exercise, and then going throughout the century to clinical studies in humans showing that the exercise can improve mortality rates and reduce cancer-related mortality. So we now know, I think, that exercise has a clear place in cancer control and prevention. If we just look at the numbers of clinical trials that were published in the past decades about interventions of exercise, this has exponentially increased. Particularly between 2010 and 2017, there was an exponential increase in the number of interventional studies, and this corresponded to the 2 roundtables of the American College of Exercise Medicine that produces clear recommendations for patients and survivors of cancers. And of course, these numbers continue to increase every year. These were 2 reviews focused on exercise and its impact on cancer prevention, so people that have not been diagnosed yet with cancer. And they consistently showed that exercise can reduce the incidence of at least 7 types of cancers. And among these, breast cancer risk is reduced by 12 to 20% approximately between people that are exposed regularly to exercise versus more sedentary individuals. And this is true across several types of exercise. So you see that leisure time exercise, occupational exercise, household walking activity, they're all contributing to the reduction in the risk. What about individuals that have already received a diagnosis of cancer? So there's observational data that has linked exercise with reduced overall mortality and cancer-related mortality for at least 3 cancer types, including breast cancer. And Recently, we also have data from interventional trials, so higher level of evidence, that although not consistently statistically significant in a formal way, shows and points consistently at reduced risk of mortality among patients that were randomized to the exercise intervention versus the usual care intervention. So this also highlights that we need more data in this domain. And new data will come soon. This is a trial that hasn't started yet, but will soon. Will randomize over 2,000 patients, so will be a huge interventional exercise study that will randomize patients to an exercise group versus usual care for 24 weeks and has a primary endpoint of disease-free survival among patients with breast cancer, early-stage breast cancer. So moving on to what we know so far regarding type and intensity of exercise that it's needed to improve our outcomes and outcomes among patients with breast cancer. So again, the American College of Sports Medicine has reviewed the evidence of the literature, this was in 2019, and gathered together evidence from randomized clinical trials. They have followed a very strict methodology that has looked at all the interventional studies, and when there was a significant number of studies with relevant results in terms of impact of exercise without a lot of heterogeneity across studies, they could produce a high-level recommendation in terms of the fit prescriptions, which, as you can see in the bottom left part of the slide, it's frequency, intensity, time, and type of exercise. So from these guidelines, we now have strong level of evidence that exercise can improve some symptoms. And this includes mood, including reducing anxiety, depression, improving fatigue, improving overall quality of life, but also improving and modulating some cancer and treatment-associated symptoms such as lymphedema. For other symptoms and outcomes, the evidence is more moderate or still insufficient. But given the overall benefits of exercise in this field, now there's very clear recommendations. Let's pick one example, cancer-related fatigue. Multiple trials, more than 100, and meta-analysis have shown a positive impact of exercise on cancer-related fatigue. And the effect of this impact consistently outperforms all the other effective interventions for fatigue, including cognitive behavioral therapy and psychosocial support that is also very strongly associated with reductions in fatigue. But particularly exercise is better than any pharmacological, and we have very few agents that are recommended for fatigue, agents that was tested in very specific clinical indications that are probably just end of life and very palliative settings. So for those of you who are interested in prescribing exercise, this is an infographic from the American College of Sports Medicine that summarizes the type, intensity, duration of the exercise that is recommended to mitigate very common and distressful cancer-related symptoms. So for those of them, aerobic, resistance, or a combination of these types of training is recommended with various intensity. And again, this is data that comes from randomized clinical trials. In 2022, the guidelines were also updated, both from the American Cancer Society and from ASCO. And basically, this is the outcome of the update. Overall, we can say that during active treatment, at least 30 minutes of aerobic training plus twice per week of resistance training are recommended, and more or less the same in the post-treatment setting, 150 to 300 minutes per week of an equivalent combination of moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity, combined with stretching, combined with flexibility training, and in general avoid sedentary behavior. As a disclosure, these are mostly focused on the early stage breast cancer setting and post-primary treatment setting. However, this year, the results of a very large intervention in the metastatic breast cancer setting came out. This is the results of the preferable effect study that were just published this year that showed that a 9-month exercise intervention versus usual care can improve global quality of life, physical fatigue, and a number of other outcomes among patients with metastatic breast cancer, including with bone metastasis and other metastatic sites, of which I will speak in a little bit. What about exercising with specific clinical situations? And some of these, I believe, are particularly relevant also for patients with lobular breast cancer. Let's talk about patients that undergo more extensive surgery, including axillary dissection. This exposes patients to higher risk of lymphedema, and physicians and patients may be worried about prescribing or participating in exercise interventions with lymphedema. We now know that exercises with lymphedema is safe, particularly if we follow the concept of start low and progress slowly, and also exercise can improve arm strength and reduce arm circumference. What about neuropathy? Again, exercise can be safe in this condition. Effectiveness of exercise on neuropathy has not been proven yet, but again, we can prescribe our patients exercise even in the presence of chemotherapy-associated neuropathy. Importantly, reduced bone density. This is a very common condition, both for patients affected by bone metastasis, but we're also seen with prolonged courses of hormonal therapy such as aromatase inhibitors. A couple of years ago, ASCO released these recommendations for patients with bone metastasis, stating clearly that if we follow this key principle, we can deliver exercise successfully, effectively, and above all, safely in patients with bone mets, avoiding high loads, progressing slowly, and when possible, using supervised exercise programs. But when we speak about exercise, we cannot forget behavioral aspects, how we talk our patients into doing more exercise. We have, I think, sufficient evidence to say that exercise is medicine. How do we get people to take that medicine? It's not just a magic pill that we take every day. So when we think of patients with cancer, particularly in the post-primary treatment setting, we may be brought to think that cancer as a teachable moment can foster behavioral change and can sustain changes in behavior over time. But this was a survey that looked into how many patients would engage in regular exercise or in healthy eating behavior among patients with cancer compared with the general population. And as you can see, there's not much difference between the two. If we look at the number of patients that are sedentary with breast cancer across several cohorts or interventional study, over 50-60% of patients are completely inactive or do very few physical activity per week. This is self-reported activity. If we measure objective activity with wearable devices or just number of steps with the mobile phones, the number increases even more. So I think there's a couple of concepts that I'd like to highlight here. Physicians, we are the first propeller of activity among patients. Actually, this was a survey in ASCO a couple of years ago that looked at whether patients were asked about their activity profile and whether they were suggested to exercise more. And more than 50% of patients responded, yes, we had this conversation with our physician. But just about 15% are actually referred to an exercise program. And this referral step is crucial. It's crucial because if we refer our patient, the probability that the behavior will change is much higher. And particularly, it's higher the probability that the patient will at least start to do some activity or meet the weekly recommended levels of activity. So how can we foster behavioral change? There's a number of techniques that I don't have the time to go over now, but I think that one key aspect is setting the goal for the activity that we want to do. And I'd like to refer to the SMART framework for goal setting. S is be specific. I want to run a certain number of miles in a certain amount of minutes, and I want to train towards that goal. So first key aspect is personalize the physical activity goal. Second, measure that goal. Yesterday I did X steps. Next week I want to get to Y number of steps. So again, e-health devices, wearables can help us improve that activity behavior. Again, we have to set goals, we have to speak with patients and understand when is the right timing, what is the right context, do they want to be supervised in the activity, do they prefer group settings or maybe just virtual programs. And finally, I think everything has to be reasonable, time-bound. I want to be able to get up of my chair to reach my family for the Christmas holidays. I want to go to Japan because there's the Cherry Blossom Festival next spring, and I want to be physically fit to get to that goal. Finally, I cannot forget to mention something that is very important given the obesity pandemic nowadays. I don't have the time to go over all the implications of obesity in breast cancer and in cancer in general, but I think that when we speak of physical activity, we also have to speak of diet, nutrition, maintenance of a healthy weight, and avoid all those behaviors such as tobacco smoking and excessive alcohol consumption that can really negatively impact outcomes among survivors of cancers. So what about obesity? Obesity, if we take out tobacco smoking, is the second modifiable cause of cancer worldwide. Among non-smokers, 15 to 20% of excess cases of cancer are due to obesity. And there you have the definition of the WHO that indicates a BMI of 30 or higher as clinically obese. Obesity is associated with worse prognosis in breast cancer, both overall and breast cancer specific, with a non-linear relationship. But there's many more implications of obesity in terms of higher impact of treatment, longer lasting side effects, longer toxicities that we always forget, financial toxicities, and healthcare in global impact. So what we can do? We know now that weight loss interventions among patients that have overweight or obesity are feasible, are safe. This is one example of a very large weight loss intervention that has completed recruitment last year in the United States and Canada. The Be Well breast cancer weight loss study has randomized more than 3,000 patients to weight loss support remotely, telephone-based, versus health education. And the study has demonstrated that in this population, weight loss is achievable, is sustainable over time, and will provide data not only about quality of life, toxicity, but particularly on the impact of weight loss on invasive breast cancer recurrence. So this will be a very important study that will most likely report next year. So in conclusion, we have reviewed together that exercise can be considered safe and beneficial on a range of symptoms, that we now have clear recommendations and prescriptions according to the FIT principle, that behavioral aspects, particularly motivation and engagement of patients, are crucial, and we also know that weight loss interventions are safe, feasible, and potentially impactful. Again, I would like to stress that this is for overall breast cancer. Nothing of this was specific to lobular breast cancer, although many of these may apply to clinical conditions of patients that survive lobular breast cancer. And I encourage more research in this domain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm working on the assumption that we're not allowed questions. We are? No. Yeah, so we've got to start walking. Yeah. So I will hand over to Claire and Laurie to close the session.
We're not speaking that long.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I just want to remind you that tomorrow is the GRASP poster session. There's a lot of patient advocates here, but a lot of you have not signed up. If you're unsure what it is or intimidated, don't be. Just sign up. And I'm going to put a piece of paper if you put your name and your email, because we need that information. It is a very relaxed environment. It's lay, patient-friendly, and it is an opportunity to just collaborate with other advocates and researchers and learn about their research through their posters. So please sign up if you haven't. Please, please, please. And scientists and researchers, even if you don't have a poster and you're a scientist or researcher and you want to come in our group, you can help explain things, that would be awesome. So I'm going to put a piece of paper there.
So, thanks, Laurie. I just wanted to finish off and say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this afternoon's session. I think the thing that's really important, and I know that's quite special in the lobular world, when I've been to other breast cancer conferences, is how we are working together collaboratively. And I think that's really important that we build and continue with that. So thank you for kind of the clinicians and the health professionals and the researchers that are really creating a space for us as advocates to be present and to bring us in really early. I know Tanya was saying at the start of your research to help you shape it. And so it's been a fantastic afternoon. Thank you to everyone. And let's continue collaborating and talking and working together to make a real change for everyone who's had a lobular diagnosis. So thank you.
And just some two practical communications. So we have actually the guided tours, which were planned for this evening. So we'll make them shorter. So if you still want to join, we will be leaving in 15 minutes. So now it's what time? So we will be leaving at 5 to 7, just at the entrance outside. We'll make 3 to 4 groups. We'll try to make a walk of 40 minutes, something like that. And we'll have a bag with some refreshments and a snack for those who are joining.